Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.
Well. Here we are. Finally. Only took about 6 months this time. I'm just kidding. We had a lot going on, traveling. You were traveling, or not traveling, but you had a lot of work issues. And, yeah, it seems like it's been taking forever to get this episode up and rolling here. But what's up, AZ? Mick, how you doing? We'll throw up the comments on the thing here. Now, why? Hold on. There we go. All right, there we go. Well, I thought I had this fucking thing figured out, and I didn't. So there we go. Hey, welcome to Gas Mask and Hand Grenades. I'm your host, Jeff. You probably know that if you're here. I apologize. In my Instagram post, I said 10 o'clock, and I had a bunch of shit I was planning this week and next week, and I got some time screwed up, but it was 10:30, so that's where we're getting started here. And, hey, look who's here. My dude.
What's up?
My dude Dennis is here. OG Press is in the house. And we're doing something a little bit different, slightly different tonight. We're only going with two bands. But we got a lot of albums to plow through. But we kind of decided, I don't think we even realized it. Like I did once I looked into it. I'm like, holy fucking hell, man. That Anthem has like 7 albums out in the 80s.
Yeah, I didn't know, dude. I was like, they got like 3 records.
Yeah, that's what you thought, and then you were wrong. And Lizzy has 4 albums and an EP, 2 EPs, sorry. And so it was kind of like, well, you know what? Instead of overloading ourselves with a bunch of more bands, let's just do these 2. And I'm gonna throw this out there now. I think our next deep dive should be the Y&T, like the next 80s and 90s, but we're gonna cheat a little bit because we'll jump into the current a little bit. But I think we should do that Y&T deep dive. We've been threatening.
Finally, it's like 6 years later. How long have we been doing this shit? It's at least 4 years.
Oh, we've been doing it about, let's see. The first one I believe was late 22, so about 3 years. Yeah, I think it was December of 22 that we did the first one. Yeah, because I think
we were doing something before that was like not official, like the Blue Oyster Cult deep dive.
Well, you and I did the Blue Oyster Cult thing with Eli, if you remember. And you've done 1 or 2 other deep dives with me somewhere along the way. I think. But anyway, this was when you and I decided. Our first one was Zebra, Aldo Nova, and I think
that was so bad. There's like 12 people that have seen it.
Well, yeah, I know it was more than that.
No, it wasn't bad. No, not bad. I think that was really good. It just nobody watched it. Like the Triumph.
Here's the thing, Dennis. I found something out recently through trial and error. I am about 90% sure that YouTube is shadow banning me, and I hate doing that conspiracy bullshit because it's just not really where I live. But hey, Tim, what's up, dude? But I found out that some of my comments are being removed, and I have a sneaking suspicion it has to do with the fact that I'm pretty verbal about my dislike for you-know-who. And I've posted some comments on some right-wing talk shows on YouTube. They are kind of Nazis. And they were never like threatening or anything like that. They were just, calling a spade a spade. This guy's a piece of shit. He's a pedo. He's a garbage human being, which is true. And all of it's true. And I started noticing that my comments were disappearing. So I feel they might very well be throttling my channel because I'm growing so slow, dude. Like, it's just been so slow. And I don't really know how to account for it. Then again, I don't do things with any regularity, like say Nick or Marty or those guys. But you don't either. It seems like you're still Have you noticed you've slowed at all, or
No, actually,
no?
I've been getting more people watching. It's weird, dude. I have a whole new audience, like people I don't even know. It's really
Really?
cool. Like, completely turned around from like all the people, not all of them, but a lot of the people that used to watch my channel don't comment anymore. Almost all new people that are,
You
which
have
is kind of
how many
cool.
Instagram followers you have though? You have a lot, right?
I don't know. It's like 7,000.
Yeah. See, I don't. I've got 500. Nobody follows me on Instagram now, and that was before I went, balls deep on Trump. That was way before. They just never. They don't. They don't. I don't know why. I have a Facebook page, hardly any traffic there. So I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. I mean, I know you pretty well. You're not buying subscribers and buying followers.
No,
But I do think you
I
may.
don't give a shit, dude. I don't need to make $40.
What's that?
I said I don't give a shit. I don't need to make $40.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't get it. I don't get what's going on with my channel. I really don't. I can't
It's
figure it
just
out.
an algorithm. It's an algorithm
It
thing. That's all.
is. Yeah, I haven't been able to get in on it, and I'm pushing 1,600. But fuck, dude, I should have 5,000, 4,000, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, like you interview like all these people, but I think it's more of a you have to watch like the algorithm. You have to like subscribe and watch all these other videos that pair with your videos
That
to
might
make
be what it is. That might be.
yeah.
It's that kind of thing. So I don't know. Anyway, long story short,
Also, you don't wear a mask, so
I don't what? I don't wear a
you don't.
mask. That's true. That's true. Yeah, I should probably do something about that,
You
right?
should probably get a microwave behind you too.
That would help. That would definitely help. Maybe get some muscles, some real
Yeah.
muscles, man muscles. Hey, it also might be that I'm wearing a John Coltrane fucking shirt. Like, what kind of a metal guy wears a John Coltrane shirt? What kind of a pussy does that? I don't know.
Fucking poser.
Loser. Anyhow. Well, we got 14 people in here, so that's cool. Probably some dentist people here. Definitely, that's cool. Dennis, who are we going to talk about? Who have we been trying to talk about for like 2-3 months now?
Lizzy Borden and Anthem.
Anthem, one of the big 2, 3, 4, I don't know, of Japan maybe in metal.
Yeah.
There's more than you know. There's more than you know. The one that everybody, if you said name a metal band from Japan, almost everybody would say, of our age, would say Loudness.
Yep.
Because that's the band I knew, and I saw them open for Motley Crue in 1985. No lie, on the.
You fucker.
I know, I know. That was on the what was it, Thunder in the East, or the one with the rising sun on? I think it's Thunder in the East. Which I just. Here's a funny quick story too before we get into the albums. I went over. I went to Amazon to get some Anthem CDs, right? And I realized they're expensive. They're all, expensive as fuck. So I was like, well, okay. And of course, I bring up Anthem CDs. What comes up along with Anthem CDs? Loudness CDs. And I'm like, you know what?
Really?
Man? Yeah. Like they were all kind of jumbled in. I wonder why. Maybe because they're Japanese. Profiling, racial profiling on Amazon. But here's the funny thing. I ended up grabbing 3 fucking Loudness CDs. I grabbed the new one, which is really good. It's like a year or 2 old. It's a double. I grabbed Disillusioned. You know that one?
Yeah.
Dude, that album fucking rules. When I was out in Cali back in May, I picked up an OG Roadrunner or Road Racer, or Roadrunner, I guess it was, a copy of Law of Devil's Land on vinyl. But
So good, dude.
Yeah, I love that album, but it's got some skips in it. And then I grabbed Thunder in the East too. So now I'm like, I'm well on my way to replenishing all my Loudness, because I had them on cassette, and I lost them when I lost my.
Gotta get Hurricane Eyes.
I'll have to look into that, and Lightning Strikes and some of the
Yep.
middle tier stuff. They do have a lot of albums out, and some of them are sketchy a little bit, but yeah, man. So let's talk about Lizzy first. I have been a Lizzy Borden fan since Menace to Society. 1986, I bought Menace to Society, Awaken the Guardian, and Master of Puppets on the same weekend, the same time at Camelot, baby. You remember Camelot at the mall?
Yep.
Yep, Camelot. So I think at the time, if I recall correctly, the Lizzy probably got the lion's share of the initial playing time, and that's where I started. And then, of course, I went backwards and forwards, but I had all those things on cassettes too. And as I told many times before, my cassette collection, for the most part, was stolen. Not stolen. A lot of them were stolen, actually, out of my car back in the maybe like 88 or 89.
We all
But
have that problem.
yeah, I was dumb enough to leave the big 90 cassette case thing with the, you know what I'm talking about, the 90 slotted case.
Double
I come,
double sided. They had the bottom. You flipped it
yeah,
over.
yep. I come out, and some motherfucker. I had a fucking VW Bug back then. I was probably my sophomore year in college. I come out, and somebody had pried the fucking wing window open. Those wings.
Oh yeah.
He pried it open, reached around, popped my thing, and my stereo was gone. My Alpine stereo was gone, and my fucking. He tried to get the kicker power amp out, but it was too difficult to get at. So he tried to dig out my Jensen triaxles too, the motherfucker, but he didn't get those either. But he got the head unit of my Alpine, and he also tried to get a new cassette player.
Yeah.
And all my cassettes were gone. But these cassettes, the Lizzy stuff, I had then bought again. And unfortunately, when I had all my stuff in storage, I lost my I lost all that shit when they absconded whatever they did with my storage unit. They took it back from me. So but yeah, so basically Lizzy and I go back to 1986 with Menace to Society. How about you on Lizzy? When did you come into the Borden fold?
So I bought Love You to Pieces back when I was a kid. I don't remember how old I was.
Well, I would have been 85, so
yeah, that cover just made me want to buy it. I bought it used.
Of course.
I don't remember where, but I was like, oh, I heard this band probably on a compilation or something. I don't recall. I don't know if they were on Metal Massacre or not, but
they were on. I'm going to get into that in a minute. We'll talk about it. They were on. Let's see. Go ahead. Keep going with your story. I'll find it.
So I bought that and for some reason, didn't really listen to it a lot when I was younger. But everybody always talked about Lizzy Borden, this and that, and I was like, okay, I got to go revisit this band. But honestly, dude, I haven't listened to that in years. Like since I bought the record, it just never interested me.
Really?
Because I didn't care. I always thought the guy was kind of like too flashy, and like he always tried to do like these horror kind of theatrics and stuff that didn't impress me when I was younger. There was other bands doing better horror stuff than he was, and so I just never cared.
Right.
Until till you brought it up, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to go back and check out that stuff but before you, a lot of people have been talking about Lizzy Borden to me, but I was like, okay, I'll get to it. And, and then when we started talking about it, I'm like, that's a good idea. I've been wanting to go back and listen to that kind of stuff because it just never clicked with me at the time.
Right.
And I felt like I was probably in a better place in my life to kind of enjoy that kind of music. So, yeah.
Well,
so for me,
you bring up that people have been talking about it. I kind of looked around. There wasn't a whole lot out there now. Razor Fist, Rageaholic, or whatever that dude's name is, whatever. He did a feature on his Metal Mythos or whatever that thing was. Pretty good one. And I got to admit, I'm not a fan of that guy as a person, as a his politics and all that stuff. But he did a really nice job with that, no doubt. And I will say Marty and the Metallurgy Club did Visual Lies. They did that as one of their albums, and Jim is the guy that brought that up, Morbid Crank. So yeah, and they did a nice job on it. And it's interesting because Marty, maybe like you, and we'll get into these albums and we'll sort of see where we lie on them. But you're gonna see something tonight you never saw before on my show ever. You're never gonna see it. You're gonna see it tonight for the first time. It's kind of funny. And we'll get to that when we get to these two albums that I have here that I want to show. But yeah, so I get what you're saying. I mean, Lizzy was an LA guy, right? And he was very influenced by Alice Cooper, very influenced by Blue Oyster Cult, very influenced by Kiss, of course. The theatrics and stuff like that. And he was also in Decline of the Western Civilization Part 2, was it? The one with the metal stuff? Was that 2 or 3? 2.
What?
Decline of the Western Civilization. Was that the Part 2?
That 2. Yeah.
So they were in that. They featured in that. They did a cover of Born to Be Wild. That's on there.
Oh, yeah.
And they were actually on a Metal Massacre. Rod of Iron was on Metal Massacre 4 compilation. So let's talk a little bit about them. So Lizzy is an American
That's
metal.
funny, dude. That's so fucking funny because I can't find my Metal Massacre 4. It's the only one I can't find, and it's like I have it in my Discogs to purchase because I want to do a Metal Massacre deep dive and through like whatever I have, 7 or 8.
We should do that you should invite me onto that. We should do that on your channel or something like that.
Let's do it, dude.
Yeah. All right. So Lizzy is an American metal band formed in Los Angeles in '83. To date, the band has hit the top 100 in the USA 4 times. It's also the name of the band's lead vocalist. The early career 83 to 86 band was founded in '83 by Lizzy Borden and Joey Scott, who I didn't realize this. They're brothers.
Really?
Lizzy is the younger brother I believe he's the younger brother of Joey Scott, the drummer. The band got noticed after their song Rod of Iron featured on Metal Blade Records 4. The band signed to Metal Blade in '84 and released their debut EP, Give 'Em the Axe, in May of the same year. The band is named after notorious Lizzy Borden, a woman accused and acquitted of murdering her parents in the 19th century. In '85, late guitarist Alex Nelson replaced original guitarist Tony Matusak, who unfortunately passed away in 2021, and was first featured on the band's only live album to date, titled The Murderous Metal Roadshow. Not going to really get into that because it's a live album. We generally just do studio stuff. But there is the videos out there for Murder VHS. It's great. I love it. I think it's fucking great. I think it's awesome. Total camp. Total over-the-top camp, but great show.
A lot of mannequin heads. It reminds me of like a Nasty Savage show or something.
It's nasty. It's really Alice Cooper in the 80s, when Alice was up his own ass in cocaine and wasn't performing much. So commercial success and first hiatus, 87 to 99, the band reached their commercial peak with the release of their third LP, Visual Lies, which saw guitarist Joe Holmes. You know who Joe Holmes is, right? He's the guy that replaced Bernie... what's his name? I want to say Bernie Taupin. Bernie Torme, who replaced Randy Rhoads. So when Randy Rhoads died, Brad Gillis popped in. Brad Gillis did the Speak of the Devil thing and some live shows. Then Bernie Torme came in, and then he was replaced by Joe Holmes. Joe Holmes was on this album briefly, and then got the call from Ozzy and went out and did some live stuff with Ozzy, but never was on any albums for Ozzy.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
And Joe Holmes is a guy that I always fucking confuse with the guy in Warrior. What's his name? The guitar player. His name is Holmes, I believe, too. So I'm always like, oh, it's that dude, but it's not that dude. But I will say this. Anyone who wants to check out Joe Holmes, he's been dropping some singles.
There's a Joe something in Warrior for sure.
Yeah, there was. Joe, maybe it's not Joe Holmes. Maybe it was. I'll have to look it up when I get a sec here. But so there's a little bit of confusion there because I always think that's the guy. But with Joe Holmes, by the way, Go check some of his solo songs out, man. If you like Robin Trower with Chris Cornell singing, you will love this shit. It is fucking killer, man. He also had a band called Pharmacon. Do you remember them? Pharmacon?
No.
From the 90s. Really killer band. That's Joe Holmes. Long story short, he didn't last with Lizzy very long. He was filmed. The song Me Against the World, which was the first single, was also featured in the cult film Black Roses. Joe went on to join Ozzy. In 89, the band issued their fourth studio album, Master of Disguise via Metal Blade, and it was released July 15th, 89, and was since become a cult classic. The band frequently plays songs from this album. The band was featured prominently in the documentary The Decline of Western Civilization Part 2. In the 90s, the band slowed down in activity due to the changing metal scene and the rise of grunge. Singer Lizzy, alongside bassist Martin Anderson and drummer Joey Scott, went on to play in the glam band Diamond Dogs, which was and they were called Starwood. They were kind of a Bowie sort of tribute thing, and you can definitely see Lizzy gets a lot of his look and his thing from the androgyny of David Bowie, right? Almost wrapped up here. By the early 2000s, Reunion, Death of Alex Nelson, second hiatus, 2000 to 2005. By the early 2000s, the band was once again fully active in touring with 3/5 of the classic lineup: Borden, Joey Scott, and Alex Nelson. A longtime bassist Martin Anderson and Lizzy Borden previewed their new CD and tour entitled "Deal with the Devil" at Wacken Open Air Festival in front of 35,000 people. Todd McFarlane, best known for his creation of Spawn and the stylistic revision of Spider-Man, was enlisted to capture the essence of Lizzy Borden for the stage show and the CD cover art. On May 27, 2004, Alex Nelson was killed in a head-on car collision, and Lizzy Borden disbanded soon after. In 2008 interview, never mind, forget that part. So they did put out a demo in 83, and the demo has a lot of the songs that end up being on the first album, Love You to Pieces, like Counts for the Cauldron, Warfare, Psychopath, American Metal, Save Me. Those are all on the demos. I could not find the demo anywhere, but some of those demo tracks end up later on an EP and on additional.
I have the demo right here. So
you got it, you fucker.
I'm just kidding. I don't.
You son of a bitch! I was gonna be like, you've been holding out on me, big fucker. All right, so Give 'Em the Axe comes out, and here's the thing. I ordered Give 'Em the Axe, the vinyl, and I'll be goddamn if it's showing up tomorrow and not today, of course. So
OG press or like a repress?
It's a repress, yeah. I could have gotten an OG. The problem was all of them were beat to shit. They were bent up. So there's the cover right there. Pretty basic shit. I do like their
logo, dude. I like that logo.
I like the logo. The logo's cool. Not sure about the color choices, but I do like the logo. So unfortunately that did not show up in time here today. But that's what you see. And we got 4 tracks on that. Did you listen to that one? That came out April 20th, 1984. You got Give 'Em the Axe, Kiss of Death, No Time to Lose, and then they do a cover of Long Live Rock and Roll from Rainbow. All right, so how about you give me your impressions of the EP?
So I actually had this EP at one point. I don't know what happened to it. I probably traded it. I bought it just because of the logo. But I like this EP, dude. So Give 'Em the Axe kind of has a Aussie vibe in the vocals and song. Really cool chorus. Kiss of Death, full Maiden worship here.
Oh, big time, man.
Yeah, kills though. No Time to Lose, Speedy Chugga Chugga Banger, and Rock and Roll, Long Live Rock and Roll. It's a decent cover.
Yeah, it's not bad.
But I mean, it's a cool EP.
Yeah,
for sure.
It's worth owning. I probably paid a little more than I probably should have for it. At $25 with shipping, but I kind of wanted to have it, and
I feel like you can probably get an OG for that price.
Nah, they were like $50 bucks.
Really?
Yeah, and a lot of them were pretty beat up. Yeah, they're a real good copy that goes for like $75-$80, dude. Yeah, vinyl.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because I think the original, I could be wrong about this, but I swear I read initially it was just short printed at 500. So like an OG would be
Yeah.
a little more difficult to find. But I decided to grab it, and the other problem was I don't think there's a CD copy of this. I could not locate a CD copy of it. Now, there might have been an issue of it that somewhere along the line, but I didn't. Let me look at something actually. Now that I think of it, hold on. Well, there is one. It's Japanese though. That's why. 95 Mercury Music Entertainment, and I couldn't find one out there. They came out originally on 12-inch vinyl and cassette, and as I said, I had all this stuff on cassette, and then it disappeared.
Yeah.
Then it was reissued in 21, 5 different colors. I got like I don't remember what it was, but yeah. So it hasn't been reissued that often at all. This is actually the first reissue of it was digitally, and also August 27th, 21 in vinyl. So there you go.
Who's re-releasing it though?
Metal Blade.
Okay.
Shocking they didn't do it earlier. But that's what I was saying. You almost got to buy this. There's 2 ways to get it. You either got to pay crazy to find the Japanese CD, which I didn't even see any for sale. You got to get the reissue or buy the original press. And they were not, the ones I found, the jackets were all beat the fuck up and they had bar punches or hole punches, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to pay $50 for something that was
that's
like that.
way too much.
No, I'll just get the reissue for $25.
Yeah. Is it on colored or anything?
Huh?
Is it on colored vinyl or anything?
Yeah. It's like a splatter, like a blue, yellow, pink splatter or something like that. So
okay.
yeah, I mean, I know you OG black vinyl purists don't like that shit, but I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. The other way to get some of those tracks, but not all, and we'll talk about it in a minute, is on the second EP. Was it Killing Time? What the hell's the name of it? Damn it! It's the one I don't have memorized. The one after is it Menace? Damn it! Where are you? Here it is. Oh fuck! You son of a bitch! Where are you? Oh. There. It's the one that came out before. Damn it! Where the hell is it? Are you kidding me? All right, it's motherfucker. I can't find it. I'll get to it. We'll get to it. It's down. I gotta go. I can't find the highlighted part there, but it's on the second EP, which I believe is. It's right here. God damn it, Jeff! You're an idiot. Go to Terror Rising. On the Terror Rising EP,
I was going to say Terror Rising, but I didn't think I was right.
Yeah, I was thinking Killing Time. I don't know why I thought of that. But so yeah, it's on Terror Rising, which to be honest with you, I did not pick that up. Probably my least favorite thing that we're going to talk about. It's
really bad.
It's pretty bad. Yeah, there's not a lot of great stuff on it. And I didn't feel like picking that up on CD for $30. You know what I mean? It was like, there's not enough on it, meat on the bone.
Is that a re-recorded version or the OG version?
The two or three of the tracks are the originals, but Give 'Em the Axe is a remixed version.
Okay.
So honestly, I could barely tell the difference when I listened to them side by side. I
thought they just put the EP at the end of that.
They didn't. Well, it is. It's 3 of the 4 songs are on there, but the Give 'Em the Axe track is remixed weirdly.
Yeah.
The rest aren't. So I don't know what they were trying to do there. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, But
I didn't get that. I think they just wanted to like stay relevant by putting out an EP like randomly.
They put that out because Love You to Pieces did pretty well, and then they were trying to get something out. I think Metal Blade wanted a little teaser, so they did White Rabbit, I believe.
Yeah.
There's another cover. We're gonna get to that. If I find it cheap somewhere, or you see it somewhere, and I was like, "Hey, dude,
I'll buy it if I see it for like under $10."
Yeah, exactly. I'm not paying more than that for it. So, All right, so yeah, with Give 'Em the Axe, I've got a couple quick comments on it fast here. The first one, Give 'Em the Axe, great typical metal rocker of the early 80s, great verses, memorable chorus. Lizzy has pipes, man. This guy has pipes. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. This dude can sing. Um, he screeches with power and control though, but he does screech at times, right? Um, it's got great drum and bass production, great lead work, man, which you're gonna hear all throughout these 4 albums. Excellent lead guitar work, no matter who was playing guitar. So great song, lead off song. You nailed it. Second track, Kiss of Death, not Docking. It's not the Docking Kiss of Death. Solid ripper, great, almost sort of thrashy riffs, just borderline thrash, not Metallica thrash or Testament thrash, but speed metal, right?
Yeah.
Lots of intricate harmony and Maiden influenced guitar work, of course.
Yeah.
The third song, No Time to Lose, which was the other original on here, kind of a speedier, thrashier track, not as memorable as, huh?
I like it. It's a speedy banger.
Yeah, it's a banger. I don't think it's quite as memorable as the first two songs, but I hear a lot of speedy, almost kind of new wave of British heavy metal vibes in there. I hear Speedy Saxon or a Speedy Priest or something like that, kind of. And then they do
like a new album mixed with American 80s metal,
proto thrash, maybe proto thrash or something. But a solid song. So it was, well, after I heard this, I was like, I'm going to pick this up again. It's worth owning. I don't know if it's worth owning at $25 where I paid like $5 a song, but whatever, I'll have it. The reissues are getting hard to find of these things that are cheap. Great cover of Rainbow Classic. I think it's actually quite good. He doesn't try to sound like Dio, but he sounds really good. And I'm not gonna lie, Rainbow, Long Live Rock and Roll, one of my favorite albums of all time. That song is one of my favorite songs of all time. So they did it justice.
They didn't really try to change much. It just is just a total cover song.
Yep. All right, so I'll jump in on this one and then let you go. We'll just flip flop on the Lizzy stuff. I think I'm gonna go through all the Lizzy and then we'll go to the anthem. Does that sound cool?
Yep.
Okay. Let me blow myself up here. All right. So, Love You to Pieces comes out July of 85. Was recorded at Music Grinder Sunswept Mad Dog Studios and in Los Angeles. Came out on Metal Blade, and Brian Slagle and Lizzy were the producers of it. And there's that cover that Dennis was talking about. What teenage boy is not going to buy this CD if they see it, right? I mean, you got the cover. I
bought it for the old-fashioned phone.
Oh, sure you did. Yeah, right. You have a fetish for devices that you talk on. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I like Victorian-style phones.
Yeah, right. Oh, fuck, yeah. All right, well, and in 85, you could actually use that way. You didn't have digital, so there you go. So I got the slipcase version because I was looking everywhere for this. I really want to own this on OG Press, and Dennis is probably going to pull one out and piss me off when I see it. But they were just too expensive, man. They were $75, $80, $100. I just wasn't going to do that. So I got the version on Marquee Records out of Brazil. Also Voice. Got a great deal on this, and I got it, and then I'm like, I look, and the guy says a month to ship. I'm like, what the fuck, man? A month?
What?
Well, it only took about 10 days, but he said it should be there within a month. I'm like, bro, I wish you'd have told me that. But I like it, man. It's got the cool, it's got the cool cover on the insert. It's got bonus tracks that I'll mention, but they're nothing amazing. Nice insert with lyrics, pics, and most credits. But it does actually. It's kind of interesting. They don't talk about who the model was on the front. And they don't really. There isn't a whole lot of other than the credits for the guys in the band and the production credits. There's no, where it was recorded, none of that stuff like that. So they left a lot of that shit out. But there they are there, and well worth grabbing this. I think I paid $15.95 with shipping or something, so I was cool. And in the interim, I found Master of Disguise and Menace to Society in these slipcase versions on Amazon for $12.99 plus $3.99 shipping. So they're on the way, but they're not going to get here until a little later because I have all the other stuff on vinyl. So there's that. Let's get into the tracks here. I love this album, man. I love this album a lot. It's one of my favorite 80s metal, quasi hair metal, quasi hard rock, quasi speed rock, speed metal, whatever you want to call it. It's a little bit of everything.
Speed rock.
Speed rock. There you go. Dennis is going to show me up. He's going to show his OG copy here, right?
Maybe.
Go ahead. Gloat. Go ahead.
Look at that.
What's the price tag say, you fucker?
$4.95.
You fucking bastard, you. Where and when do you think you got that?
I have no idea, dude. Like I said, I bought it when I was a kid.
Oh, okay. So this is
yeah.
a ways back. Yeah, there it is. Metal Blade, yeah.
Yeah, this is the original copy I was talking about. I never got rid of it.
Wow. All the other stuff you got rid of, though, or no?
No, I got rid of the EP.
Oh, just the EP. Okay, all right. Okay.
Yeah, but I never got rid of this one for some reason.
It's got to be that phone.
Yeah, I mean, it was. It's so sticky. I could barely hold it. So
hold on a minute. Yeah. So I fucking hate you. Like, we can just establish going forward for the rest of the episode. Fuck off. I want that album. You should send it to me just because you like me. But let's get into the tracks here. We'll kind of round robin this one. So we lead off with the the backward masked voice thing, and which is cool, but it's been done before. But Counts for the Cauldron kicks off, and man, fucking banger, man, just a banger.
Yep.
Maideny, thrashy, but not thrash, more speed, more just kind of speed metal. Get so far the cauldron, and these, just got these crazy highs that are just awesome as fuck, right? And sorry, I'm neglecting the chat right now. I'll try to watch as best I can to bring some comments up. I picked Lizzy, and Dennis picked Anthem. So
yeah, you can't. That's Metal and Beer Snob on my page, but it's not showing up on yours.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, these guys are commenting on mine. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I guess I can't see comments that are just on your. Well, no,
you can, but that one didn't show up. It only showed up on my side. That one's weird.
Okay. So Logan's on there creeping, huh? All right. Logan's creeping. All right. So we got Counts for the Cauldron, man. That's a banger of a track. And then we move on to Psychopath, man. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a fucking banger. That's a mega banger, man. Psychopath. Yeah. Dun, dun. It's just so good, man. Dark, kind of menacing. Dun, 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 dun. Psychopath. Dun, dun. Oh, it's so good, man. Such a killer track. Then we get like the first power ballad, but it's a killer power ballad, man. This song, we may still play this one at the end because I love this song so much, but we'll see. Save Me. Fucking killer track, dude.
Yep.
Just a killer track. Save me, I'm not another fool. And he's got, I can't get up to his heights because he's got that.
Yeah, this is like his vocal triumph on this record.
The whole album, though. This whole album really features Lizzy just crushing it with the vocals, man. Every
reminds
song.
me a lot of Jeff Tate too on that track.
He does. He's got the ups of Tate, but a weird way. He doesn't have the when he screams. His falsetto isn't his falsetto is kind of cooler. It's got a little bit more of a bite to it. You know what I mean? It's very powerful for a falsetto. It's not.
Yeah.
There we go. There he is. There he goes. Yeah, we split the stream this time. Yeah. Good to see you, Logan. I'll be seeing you soon. Sunday. Yeah. So, man, Save Me. What a fucking banger of a track, dude. Just killer. And then we get to Red Rum. Another killer. Another banger, man. Red Rum. Red Rum. And the chanted, the shouted vocals, Yep. Just so goddamn good, dude. Like, just such an amazing, amazing track. And then we get to what I would say is the real kind of it's the mellowest song on the album. It's the real dark power ballad, right? Love You to Pieces. But, man, does Lizzy just go stratospheric on this thing, dude. In my eyes I have seen. In my eyes, I can't do it. Can't get close to it. That eyes, in my eyes. You're just like, what the fuck, man? Home, sweet home. Just, God, so fucking. I don't know where he came up with the home, sweet home lyric there, but maybe Tommy Lee is upset about that. I don't know which one came out first. I think this came out before Motley Crue, though. But yeah, man, fucking Love You to Pieces, absolutely killer. Side 2, we get to, the most generic song title ever in American metal, but goddamn, it's a glorious banger. It's a fucking banger, man, isn't it?
Yep.
American metal. It's so goddamn good, right? Flesh Eater, another killer fucking track. Flesh Eater, very speedy, right? Actually, I got so excited. I jumped out of I got so fucking excited. I wasn't even reading my stuff. I was going extemporaneously. Let me jump into my regular thing. So Council's very priesty, riffy, almost thrashy, very memorable. Psychopath, monster killer track, eerie, phased, delayed guitars on the intro, then a smoking heavy riff with nasty, awesome Lizzy vocals and total earworm chorus, so killer. The intro has a weird, almost Fates Warning sort of Rush sort of weird vibe to it, strangely. Save Me, huge earworm chorus. Huh?
Which song has a weird intro?
That Psychopath has an almost Fates Warning,
yeah.
like almost progressive sort of intro to it. Save Me, super mega banger. The solo is killer on it. Lizzy's screams are epic. Red Rum, very speedy, highly Maiden influence, super gnarly guitar. Lizzy's vocal tones, that harmonized guitar, one of my favorite Lizzy tracks, mega banger. Again, prominent Maiden worship there. Love You to Pieces, Lizzy's voice out of control. Just insane how high he goes, dude. His range is so amazing, and the bass is very prominent in that track too. American metal, killer track, dumb lyrics, dumb song title, but a fucking banger of a song. And man, I just love that song. Flesh Eater, heavy metal fist pumper right there, baby. Screamer, Lizzy at his best. Great up-tempo metal classic and memorable chorus, very maidenish. And Lizzy has a bit of a Bruce vibe to his voice during the choruses. He sounds a little like he's got a little bit of a Bruce Dickinson sound. Warfare, again, Maiden. This album is very Maiden influence, no doubt. But it's good. And Warfare reminds me of one big song from Maiden. Which song would it be, Dennis?
Warfare? I don't know. Phantom of the Opera?
I got Running Free.
Okay.
I'm running free, yeah. I'm running free. That Warfare chorus is very Running Free-ish. Also a little bit of maybe Gangland in there too. But killer track. Godiva, probably my least favorite song. Maybe the only song on the whole album. But it's still a great song, man. It's still a pretty good rager. Godiva, Godiva. I wish I could sing. I wish I had more power to my voice, my eyes, but I don't. And then, dude, we end on a fucking banger, man. Rod of Iron, man. Starts out with that mystical, clean acoustic intro. Lizzy is so goddamn killer on this. The maiden gallop is there. It's a flange, sort of, that airplane taking off thing. The high end screams are absolutely sick on this, and it's a killer closing track. Absolutely killer closing track. I give this a 9.8 out of 10, dude. Production's great. The performances are great. The guitar riffs are killer. The vocals are amazing. And man, I just love this fucking album. It's as close. The only reason I don't give it a 10 out of 10 is because Godiva kind of falls a little short for me. But even then, how about you? What point out your favorite moments?
I mean, yeah, man. Love You to Pieces. Council of the Cauldron, probably my favorite song on this record. Straight up, early Maiden, Total Killers, self-titled Maiden Worship.
Yeah.
Psychopath, killer track. I like the theme on this. It does have like the Halloween like theme mixed in somewhere here, but not like the dun 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 dun. Has like certain parts from the soundtrack put in here.
Right. Yep.
I like it a lot. Red Rum, Total Shining. It does talk about like Jack's adult boy in this.
That's
yeah,
right.
just killer, man. Love You to Pieces. Kind of had that weird, odd vocal beginning, but kind of a really killer song, man. It tries to get a little ballady here and there, but it works. American Metal, Total Fist Pumper, great riffs and chorus. Flesh Eater, mid-tempo banger. Save Me, killer song. Warfare, banger, love the chorus. Godiva, full-on Maiden, self-titled Worship. And then Rod of Iron, killer banger, man. Total power metal on that track. I love this record. Just kind of a underrated record, in my opinion.
Nailed it.
I would say, like, if you talk about kind of American metal, this album's kind of overlooked.
I agree.
So I think it's at least for me, it's a 9 out of 10. The only reason I wouldn't give it a 10 is because of all the Maiden influences. Like, but they do it different. But you can totally hear Maiden in these songs.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt.
It's played with such passion. It kind of like overpowers the Maiden influence.
It's super convincing, man, all the way through. And I think the one thing too that's great about it is that while a lot of the guitars, the verse chorus sort of interplay, Lizzy shines and he makes these songs unique. If he was just a Bruce Dickinson knockoff guy, you'd be like, yeah, this is just like, for example, the first Fates Warning album, Night on Brocken. I don't like it because it's total Maiden worship, and fucking John Arch kind of sounds like Bruce Dickinson. Sorry guys, I have I had to put some numbing stuff on a toothache that I've got going on. Lizzy doesn't sound like Bruce, except for that one moment that I noted, and that takes all these songs to another level. And the other thing is, even though, like you say, they're Maiden worship songs in a lot of ways, they're done so well. They're so well written that there's really no, you can't say, oh, this is just a Maiden knockoff band. It's just not that way. Hey, Scott, good to see you, dude. I apologize, guys. When I'm in the zone talking about stuff, I don't pull up. I'll pull stuff up when Dennis is talking then. Hey, Tyler, I got your message. I haven't had a chance to look at it, dude. Sorry. So, yeah, man, fucking just a banger of an album. I'm not going to lie. It is my favorite album by them.
Mine too.
But, well, remains to be seen how you see the rest of their albums. But all these next three albums are very strong for me. But this one is the cream. It's the cream of the crop.
Yeah.
So,
like if you're going to get one Lizzy Borden album, you get this one.
This is the one to get. Yep, absolutely. Yep. But the rest are not to be slept on, and here's why. We'll get into that in a minute.
There's good stuff. There's good stuff.
Yep. All right, so speaking of that, I'm going to pull out. I do not have the CD yet for this one, but I do have this, and it is an OG. and I got a killer deal on this.
Nice.
Back
Give the gift
about,
of music.
yeah, I got the music. Give the gift of music.
I know what that
Unfortunately,
sticker is.
it's on the cover though. God damn it.
Ah, shit.
Yeah, so they put it on the cover. Let me look at something here. Wait a minute. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah. Oh shit, I forgot about this, man. It's on the cover, but this is in the shrink still, dude. This album
Really?
came in the shrink. Yeah, it was open, but the shrink was, yeah. So you can see there's the original. Look at that.
Nah, that's sure sick.
Yeah, there's the original uh, order form for the Lizzy Borden merch there at Sherman Oaks. And there's the this is the murder what's it called?
VHS.
Yeah, the VH. What's it called though? Fuck them. Murder's Metal
Murderous
Roadshow. Yeah. So you could order that at the time, full length unedited live concert. And
It's
yeah,
on
this
beta.
is,
It's on beta too.
say again.
It says it's on beta as well.
Yeah, remember when beta was the first thing there? Look at the price, man. Look at the price of that. $29.95. Holy fuck. But this thing, dude, this is an OG that I got off Discogs. You know what I paid for this, man?
Like $35.
Shipped, I got it for $28.
Nice.
And it's in perfect shape. Absolutely perfect shape. Here's the sleeve.
Hell yeah.
Not all bent up, not waterlogged or anything, man. I was so stoked to get this. I wish
good
I'd have
pickup.
had, huh?
Good pickup.
Yeah, very excited about that. Even as the hype sticker, $8.98. Look at that. Oh wait, there it is.
Ah,
$8.98. Or no, wait, $8.98 suggested U.S. retail. Also available on high quality XDR Cobalt CS1 cassette. Remember those?
yeah.
Those XD cassettes.
Yep.
And there's the hype stuff. Then, so that is one of my moments where I was like, God damn, the sun shines on a dog's ass every once in a while, and I got lucky there. So really, really good album, and good pickup for me. And let me just do this quick. Sorry. Now, do you have this one or no?
No, I don't.
Okay. So I think I'm the only one that has the rest of the albums, right?
No, I got one more.
Oh, you do have one. Okay. And we're going to get to something special on the next album. I'll show you. Well, it's not that special. It's just kind of funny. All right. So this comes out in. Hang on. Yeah, I gotta check out the newer Lizzy after Master of Disguise. So actually, we should talk quick about. Oh no, this comes out September 1st, 1986. This was produced by Lizzy, Brian Slagle, and Jim Faraci, who was the and it was also put out by Enigma, which I don't know if that's on the back here. Yeah, there's the Enigma. That was when I think Slagle partnered with Enigma for distribution in Europe, probably, right? I think. Is that what that was?
Yeah.
But I'll never forget getting this on cassette originally in '86 and being like, these guys are the shit. This is the shit, right? And it turns out it's not my favorite. Love You to Pieces is, but this one's pretty high up there. So let's jump into the tracks here. Generation Alien. Interesting, almost proggy intro into really fast, raging sort of speed metal versus. It's more speed than thrash. It has a thrashy vibe to it, but it's more speedy.
Yeah.
Crazy high screams. Really catchy chorus, that Generation Alien bit. Great riffs, solo sections, lots of 80s shred on this one, right?
Yep.
Great song. We get on to Notorious, which is the riffy Maiden Priest dual guitar chugger. I love the harmony riffs, the fills throughout this. Very catchy, again, very Priesty Maiden at times. The group chorus, very much of its time. Remember the chanted, the what do they call it? The shouted vocals of that era, where everybody being on,
gang vocals.
the gang vocals, yeah. Which I love and I hate.
Yeah.
Like, I hate them because they were so prevalent on everything back then. But at the same point in time, when they work, they're great. You know what I mean? They're just great to hear. So Notorious, great song. Terror on the Town. We are terror on the town. Great song. Kind of almost a little bit has a radio friendliness to it that maybe the next album on you might see that. You know what I mean? Like you might have heard this song on the next album, which becomes a lot more radio friendly and more, maybe a little more streamlined for pop. But Terror on the Town, man, come on, fucking great chorus, super catchy, earworm. You can't not enjoy it, right? Bloody Mary, the banger track of the album. You're gonna hear it. That's my pick to hear. We're gonna play this song, ballad with a stellar chorus that isn't necessarily unique, but it's just awesome because of the dynamics and especially how Lizzy sings this Bloody Mary, ta, ta, ta. It's just so fucking epic when he sings that chorus, man. The guitar work is awesome, even if the solo tones could have been a little better. I don't love the guitar solo tones on this album like I do on the first album as much. They're good, but they don't sound as buttery as they did on the first album. When the song breaks into the verses, it's dark, kind of haunted, but the chorus is such a massive earworm, you can't not love it. Stiletto, voice of command, solid up-tempo metal romper. My least favorite track on the album, though. Lots of gang vocals on that one. Ultraviolence, extremely maidenish. That intro especially. But a killer track, dark and menacing, raging heavy. Lots of histrionic screens on that. Lots of excellent guitar work by Alex Nelson and Gene Allen. And Alex, I believe, replaced Tony Matuzik. Is that his name? Matuzik?
Yeah, Matuzak.
Yeah. Matuzak, yeah. He had left. I don't really know what the circumstances there were. I tried to find, because like I said, he just died in 21 of heart failure, I believe, or kidney failure. Or maybe it was liver failure, actually. I don't know if there was issues there. There was drug issues or alcohol issues or what. I mean, Lizzy did have nice things to say about him when he passed, but I don't know what the deal was. And then, of course, Alex Nelson replaced him, and then Alex Nelson dies a few years later, like 15 years later in a car accident. So don't want to be a guitar player in Lizzy Borden, just saying. Brass Tactics, man. You got that intro, that harmony flutter pick thing, which is kind of almost like sort of a Maiden, Wasted Years sort of thing. Just that staccato picked melody thing. Really cool tandem harmonies there. The verses are kind of okay, but the chorus is super catchy for Brass Tactics. Ursa Minor is a really cool, dark, haunted ballad with a good bit of acoustic into the heavier parts. And then Menace to Society, that's another one of the real earworm tracks, like, Menace to Society. He's got that he's way higher than that. But that's a great closer. I don't think this album's as airtight as Love You to Pieces for me. The bar was set really, really high with that album for me. But I still really like this album a lot, and I would go an 8.5 out of 10 on it. I think and it was my first album by them, and it's got a nostalgic place for me. So, how about you? What's your takes?
Yeah, probably not my favorite by them, actually. All right, I'll just get into it. Generation Alien, speedy banger. I like this song a lot. I like the chorus. I think it's a good song. Starts off good, but I can feel a difference in this record compared to the first record. It feels a lot more streamlined and mainstream sounding, like kind of a band that's trying to make it. If that makes sense. Um, they're not taking as many risks as the first record. They're trying to sound more radio friendly, commercial on
A
this
little bit,
record.
yeah.
But I like that song. Notorious, way more focused, kind of like a tougher Queensryche to me. Terror on the Town, Dawkinish, it's okay. Bloody Mary, chorus gets kind of monotonous. It's an okay song. I feel like, and I'll go out here and say, like every song they're trying to make a video. Like every song, not every song, but a lot of songs on here, they're trying to like do this acoustic thing and then get heavy and then do acoustic to get a video airplay, which I get. Like
But
in
that was
86,
the era. That was
one-
yeah. That was the era of the video. That
yeah.
84, 85,
So
86.
for me, coming into this record, not ever hearing it, I've only heard the first record and the EP. I could feel the change in like, I don't want to say a desperate attempt, but it feels like, okay, guys, like you got to do something here. We gotta, if you want to have another record with us, you got to get something. You got to get some kind of airplay on MTV if you want us to like pay for another record. So I feel like a lot of these songs weren't personalized like the first ones. Like Lizzy was just like, okay, I got to do this kind of thing. Stiletto, Voice of Command, Killer One, back to the Maiden style on this one. I like this one. Ultraviolence, Clockwork Inspired, pretty good song. Love Kills. I'm getting at this point. I'm getting kind of bored of this record with the okay. We got to make a ballady like hit here. Brass Tactics, not a big fan. Ursa Minor, got another acoustic intro again. And then Menace to Society, I like a lot. I like that song. But to me, this album's very uneven. It's okay, I'm going to put Lizzy Borden songs on here, and I'm going to put songs that are going to get us recognized on MTV. So to me, I feel like he kind of like went against what he wanted. And I don't know this, but it just feels like a drastic change from the first record that is just like completely like Maiden worship, like early Maiden worship, just kind of like, okay, we got to get a song here. And I feel like there was definitely pressure from the record company on here to like get them to make a hit.
Could have been,
Which I don't think was ever going to happen with the way he looked. He was kind of an ugly dude.
Well, it did happen. Next album, when they went even more commercial. Yeah. They did have a big hit on there.
They did?
Yeah.
Because I never heard it.
Me Against the World.
No, I don't know it.
It's
I mean, I know the song, but I didn't know it was a hit. So to me, yeah, I like the. So this one to me is just kind of a stepping stone into making a commercial record. Like, this is what we got to do. Here's the songs. It's almost like, yeah, you can still add some metal stuff in here and there, but we gotta get something from you guys if you want to make another record.
But see the problem. Okay, the devil's advocate here. The issue with that I have with that is that Brian Slagle.
But remember, this is the first record you heard, so.
No, I get that, but what my point was going to be that Brian Slagle was never a guy that was known to be pushing his bands to go in a direction that they didn't want to go in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they were on Enigma now, so he's got more pressure.
Well, okay, then maybe the Enigma factor might be. I don't know. I don't know a lot about Enigma.
I feel like Slagle had a commitment to Enigma, like we're gonna like distribute your records, but you got to give us some hits here because we're gonna give you money to produce these records. So give us something. And I feel like that's why some bands left
You could be right.
Slagle because they
Could
were
be
just
right
like,
because it says distributed by a Capital Records on that
yep,
sticker. See that?
exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that could be part of it. Do I think this is like a commercial sellout album entirely though? No, I
No,
don't.
I'm not
No,
saying that. I
not.
just feel
The
like,
next one you could level that accusation at, but it's a really good album. So
yeah.
you
Well,
know,
I might like that record better than this one. I feel this record's very flat, honestly.
I do. I agree with you. I agree with you there. Yes. We'll get to that now. So I'm not sure, JP, what you meant. You mean the cover of the actual album? You mean this cover, or do you mean a cover song? I don't know that there's a cover song. There wasn't a cover song on the album, so I'm assuming you mean the actual
No,
cover.
I like that cover too.
Yeah, the
But
cover. The cover's
it reminds
kind
me
of
of Striper, Soldiers Under Command.
It really does, which was they were an Enigma band too. But you know what it
Yep.
really is? That's all about Mad Max right there. That's Mad Max.
Yep. And I wrote that too. I said Queensryche meets Striper. His voice, anyways. Like there was a lot of Michael Sweet here, I hear.
Yes, and I like Michael Sweet back
Yeah,
then.
his voice is great. His
He had a
voice was
killer
great.
scream, but he also, the reason I always kind of half hated Striper was they always had those super lame ass ballads. Like honestly,
Yep.
they do something killer like like Free or Soldiers or fucking
Yep.
To Hell with the Devil or something, and then they put Honestly, and you're like, they don't do that now. They're way heavier now than they ever were before. But
Well, yeah, because no one's buying their records, so they don't give a shit anymore.
exactly, yeah. So
Yellow
JP, if you're talking about the cover,
I love that EP.
if you're talking about the cover, JP, it's it's okay. I don't love it. I don't hate it. Yeah, it's all right. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I don't really think they ever did any covers like of any of their albums that were spectacular. I mean, given the fact that Love You to Pieces has a really
That album, that
sexy,
cover
erotic-
rules. Plus,
Not
I
that-
like him. I like Lizzy in the background in the mirror on that.
Oh, that is cool. Yeah, and
Lizzy.
it's got that erotic dial-up
Yep.
telephone. That's on there. So I mean, but yeah. So again, this is an 8.5 out of me. I still think it's a great album. You probably seem a little bit lower, maybe like what?
Yeah, it's probably like I'll probably give it a 5. 5 out of 10.
That's no. That's
Dude,
not
I barely
acceptable.
like this record. It's just okay. It just gets monotonous when they like the next song is like, okay, come on, man. Like you're not gonna make it with this song. Let's go back to the Maiden shit. Like for me, that's what I want to hear when I hear Lizzy Borden. But
All right. Well,
get it.
you're,
I get
you're not
where
going to
they're
hear a
coming
lot of that on the next album, but this is a really good album, I think. So next up, we've got Visualize, which comes out. And what's cool about this, what's crazy about this shit, and you're going to see here in the middle. Oh, I'm sorry. We missed Terrorizing. Sorry.
Terrorizing.
That came out 3/1/87. So that was the bridge between Menace and Visualize. And really, to be honest with you, it's kind of forgettable. There's 4 tracks. There's a cover of White Rabbit, which is not bad. It's actually a pretty good.
It's fine.
The way Lizzy does it's kind of cool. Don't Touch Me There is really cheesy.
It's so bad, dude.
You know what? But you know what? That's a cover too. I forgot. That's a Tubes cover. You remember the Tubes talk to you later?
That's a cover song?
That's a Tubes song. And I'm listening to it going, why are they covering? What is this song? And then I had to look it up. And I like the Tubes, and I did not remember this song at all. It's cheesy as fuck, but
he had to change the lyrics because there's a part where he says our rivets rub together.
Ooh, yeah. Wow. Let's not go there, okay? Catch Your Death. The verse. Listen to this. Listen to this. This is going to blow your fucking mind. Catch Your Death. Here's my note. Holy shit. The verse melody lines are very much a ripoff of Farewell to Kings. 100%. Listen to that song when we're done and go. You'll be like, God damn, Jeff is 1,000,000% correct. It's right out of When They Turn the Pages of History. It's he vocalizes the same melody line. I'm guessing that Lizzy and the band were or are big Rush fans. I don't know. Then when the chorus gets away from the copycatism, I kind of like this song. I don't know why. I kind of dig it. Maybe because they're ripping off Rush. I don't know.
Maybe I wrote "okay" song on my.
Go
comments.
listen to that. Seriously, maybe we'll play that song at the very end just so you hear that. Because I had to listen back to it like 3 times. I'm like, God damn, it's fucking Farewell to Kings, like ripping it off immediately. Unreal. To give him the axe as a remix version. Oh, I'm sorry, Terrorizing. Kind of theatrical, dark and heavy track. It's pretty good once you get past all the theatrical weirdness. But
Right.
yeah, do I want to pay a lot of money for this album? Probably not. You get Long Live Rock and Roll Again. You get No Time to Lose, Kiss of Death.
Yeah.
Those are the same thing. So you can get that on the CD version of this album. If I find it for $10, $12, I'll probably grab it, but not for a lot of money.
No.
So there. All right. So now we're up to September 16th, 87, and we get this album, Visualize, and you got Visual Lies and Visualize. A little play on word there. It's pretty crazy cover, right? Here's a crazy story about this, dude. I bought this April of 2024 when I went down and met Nick for the very first time, and met up with Nick, Rick, and John. Nick's from Necrotic Nick from Thralls. I met up with his brother-in-law, who's like 6'8". This dude is like fucking a monstrously tall dude, right? We went to Vinyl Altar, which is no longer there anymore. They shut down. And if you look here, there's the price, $24.99. This is the reissue. And what do you notice about this?
Sealed.
It's sealed, brah. And here's the thing. I bought it for 40% off of that price right there. I got this for about $12. This and another album you're going to see. So here's what we're going to do. Live on the air, we're going to do should I leave it sealed? Huh?
You're going to unpants?
No, I have pants on. I swear I got pants on. Should I leave it sealed or should I open it?
Open that shit, dude. It's on silver vinyl.
Yeah. All right, hang on. I got to grab a knife. I do have shorts on, motherfuckers. Give me a minute here. Where is... here. All right, so... It is on silver vinyl, as you noted. And here we go. Bum, 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 bum. Da-da, da-da, da-da. Okay, where the hell are you? I can't fucking see what I'm doing. God damn, man. This thing was sealed tight. Tight as a nun's butthole, man. What the hell? This is pretty anticlimactic, isn't it? There we go. Got it. No joke, dude. This is the most tightly sealed fucking wax I think I've ever seen in my life. It's like, there we go. All right, we got her. All right, we got her here. I was going to do
probably because like 80% of people don't open their vinyl anymore. They just like put it in the collection.
Yeah, well, no, I think what happened with this was I had this on cassette back in the day, right? And I just think it made its way into the collection, and I don't know why I didn't open it. I do tend to listen to a lot of stuff online, but all right. So what do we got in here? We got a Metal Blade sleeve, the original old Enigma thing, and then we've got a really nice cardstock, heavy cardstock actually version of the insert. And yeah, Lizzy had a wild set of hair going on. I think that back then that was real hair, but later he's resorted to more of a wig, I believe, in recent years.
Oh, really? He went bald?
No, he's not bald, but his hair is crazy, wild, big. It's kind of like the Paul Stanley wig, where he has hair, but he puts it over the shorter hair that's underneath. Which I look, man. You see,
I thought he had a weave.
Who, Lizzy?
Yeah.
He could. By the way, if anybody wants that, there you go. I don't know if it's still active, but grab that off Bandcamp. There you go. And then it's also got, whoa, look at this. Oh my goodness, look at this fucking bad boy. Look at that, will you?
Oh, that's cool.
Hell yeah, that's almost frameable right there, man. I won't do it, but I doubt it. But look at that. That's a nice ass big poster. So, yeah, let's get into this album, and I'll let you go first on this one. I want to hear your take. I've been wondering where you were going to go with this.
Yeah, for me, I like this record more than the last record. Catchier, Me Against the World, more straightforward, just straight up hard rock. Shock sounds very 87.
Yeah.
Very for the time. Outcast, another attempt at kind of a ballad rocker. Den of Thieves, killer up-tempo banger. I like that song a lot. Visual Lies. Okay ballad. I actually like this one. I think this was a really good song. Well written. I think he hit pay dirt with this one as far as like his ballad MTV thing. Eyes of a Stranger has kind of a rap vibe. Okay song.
Dude, I fucking love that track. Eyes of a Stranger.
Lord of the Flies. Song is killer. I like this song.
You're gonna hear that. You're gonna hear that one.
More Maiden style again. And I think, didn't Maiden have a song, Lord of the Flies?
Yeah, did they? Lord of the Flies, was it?
I thought they did. Voyeur,
right.
another banger, dude. And then Visions, okay, mid-pace closer. But yeah, I like this record a lot, honestly. I like it better. It's more evened out. It's not trying to be something it isn't, where I feel like the last record was. This album's more kind of just a straight heavy metal record. It doesn't.
I don't even know if it, Dennis. I don't even know if it's a heavy metal album. It's kind of like a really good hard rock with elements of heavy metal in it, and it's absolutely fucking awesome production. Max Norman production.
Production is amazing on this record.
It's amazing. Max Norman. He's kind of known for those big sheeny.
Where the other record sounded flat, this record does not sound flat. It's very, very punchy. Where it needs to be punchy. Where it needs to be punchy, it's punchy. Yeah, just a banger of a record, honestly, man. I'm going to give this a 8 out of 10 for me.
Now, the interesting thing about this album is this is when Joe Holmes came in, I believe, to replace that Alex Nelson guy.
It sounds fresh from the last record. It sounds like they kind of revamped themselves and were like, okay, this is where we're going to go. We're not going to try to make 6 different MTV songs.
Right.
But we're going to have variations on different songs. Yeah, like you said, it's not super metal, but it's a lot of catchy songs here.
Super catchy.
Like a record you can put on in the background and you're just like, yeah, it's just a kind of a banger. It's not something you're going to go crazy over, but it's a good record.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you can't not recognize the catchiness of the songs.
Yep.
Lots of earworms throughout this whole album. For me, again, it was recorded at Longview Farms in North Brookfield, Massachusetts. Max Norman produces. Now it comes, it's Enigma and Metal Blade. There's no question that this is a more commercial sound. However, it is still full of exceptionally well written songs.
Yep.
Lots of banger fucking guitar solos and guitar riffs and melodies. Um, Big production, but not overly polished production, right?
It still has a raw edge to it.
Right. And but yeah, you can see like Me Against the World starts out like down, 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 down.
Yeah, it did.
Me Against the World. It's just so catchy. You're like, I kept thinking this song reminds me of like some MTV band of the era, but I couldn't put it together. That down, 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 down. That riff
Yep.
is not an uncommon riff, but it works. The way that it comes together on the chorus is just such a, you can't not like it. And here's the thing, I watched Marty and the Metallurgy guys talk about this album, and Marty was like, man, I was so pissed when this album came out, I fucking hated it and it sucked and blah 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 blah. And he's like, I gotta admit, it's actually pretty goddamn good. There's like it's hard to deny. And again, the key feature of the album is Lizzy's incredible vocals. He's a fucking force as a vocalist, man. And you talk about Love You to Pieces being underrated. I think of all the singers of that era, we talk about the Motley Crue. We don't talk about them glowingly. Stephen Pearcy, all those, Don Dog and all those guys in the 80s, right? Lizzy was far better vocalist than all those guys, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. His vocals are off the fucking chain on these records.
Yep. Shock. That was written with Joe Holmes. 3 or 4 tracks were written Joe Holmes, but he never recorded on it at all. Yeah, Me Against the World, killer. Shock, another huge chorus, man. It is, yes, it has a little bit of an AOR-ish rock sound, almost, dare I say, kind of Blue Oyster Cult, maybe Revolution by Night era, where, like, come on, take me away. Bow, down, 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 down. It's got that vibe, you know what I mean? That big, sheeny sort of hookiness. The pre-chorus, definitely looking at MTV possibilities. The heaviness became a little more safe, maybe slightly more lightweight, but I can't blame them really, man. Like fucking in this era, 87, this is when Fates Warning does Eye to Eye. They do Eye to Eye off of Parallels, right? That you could say that album from Fates is very proggy, or not proggy, AOR-ish, radio friendly. It's probably my favorite fucking Fates album. It's, well, besides maybe Awaken because of the connection I have to it. But yeah, dude, killer. Outcast, man, killer solo. The song's very much an MTV heavy Survivor sound. Survivor, Eye of the Tiger. It's a little bit like a really heavy Toto song, but I love it. Den of Thieves. That's kind of the ripper on here. I think Den of Thieves and Lord of Flies are probably the heavy track.
Yeah.
This one is the one where a little bit of Bruce Dickinson-ness on that song where he's singing. More speed medley on this one. There's sweep picking on this solo. Really good sweep picking. Lots of shred. Really, really a killer track, but it's still kind of lightweight compared to the first album, right? If you really want to break it down. Visualize, really slower ballad, dark, almost has some reggae sort of vibes to it at times in it, like sort of a, that sort of chukka chukka sort of sound. Very cool. Eyes of a Stranger. I see that, and right away I'm like, hey man, Queensryche wants their song title back. But guess what? This song came out before Queensryche's song did. And I got to tell you, I love the Queensryche song, but I love this song. Through the eyes of a stranger, dead set in mystery. Great chorus, one of my favorite choruses out of a Lizzy song. But you could almost say it's like heavy Bon Jovi to a degree. It's great hard rock, fucking money chorus, so good. Lord of the Flies, probably my favorite song on the album. Crazy ripping lead work all over the song, super catchy, borderline metal, still awesome. Voyeur, probably the weakest song, yet it's still kind of a banger. Kind of has a little bit of a weird Wasp vibe to it at times. And then Visions, kind of the prog metal track of the album. Really great hooks, insane guitar shred all over it. It's a little more melodic hard rock than metal, but it's killer. I gotta go, dude. I gotta go a 9.25 out of 10 on this album. I love it. Maybe even a 9.5. Maybe even a 9.5. I love it so much. I didn't even open my vinyl copy of it because I thought somebody's gonna pay me big money for that shit. Until now. So, all right. Yeah, fucking Visualize. What a great album. Now this is gonna be real interesting to hear what you have to say about this album. I feel I have an idea. You're going to be wrong, but I have an idea. All right. So, hang on.
Here we go.
At Visualize, when I bought Visualize, I also bought this. This was $26. I think I got it for, with the 40% off, I got it for less than $20. And, would you believe it or not, guess what this one is? It's sealed as well. But here's the cool thing. This won't be so hard to get open because it's a fucking gatefold. So if I have trouble getting this open, I'm functionally not right. Yeah. So this is sky blue marbled vinyl. When they reissued these in when were these reissued here? 21, I believe. Other versions, yeah. So it was reissued. November 19th, 2021. Again through Metal Blade, and yeah, there you go. Lizzy Borden, Master of Disguise. I guess I'm going to have to pull the sticker off the cover of this one to show the insert here. All right, give me 1 sec. We're almost there. Come on, dude. These are some of the most difficult freaking shrinks I've ever had to take off of a fucking album before. But I got this one on CD coming next week. And it's got the bonus tracks on it, so I'm pretty stoked about that. Again, I think I had this on cassette. This one I don't remember. I know I had the first three in the EP. But there you go. There's the. We'll show this one quick here. There's the gatefold. It's a double album, no less, which is pretty badass. And I don't know if this one came with a poster or not. Kind of feels like it might have. Yeah. Look at that. So these reissues, quite nice. I'm going to guess it's the cover again. Which I kind of like this cover. What do you think about this cover? Look at that.
Is that just like one of those masquerade?
Yeah, like a Renaissance masquerade mask or something like that.
Yeah.
What we should know about this album, though, before we dig too deep into it, here somebody can have the code for this one too. If you want to download that, go for it. The thing about this album that you kind of need to know is that Lizzy was very interested in doing sort of a Phantom of the Opera thing, and that's more or less what this is. It's a very theatrical album. Probably Dennis is going to say he doesn't love it, but I'll be interested to see what he says. I actually was kind of blown away by this album. Most of it, not all of it. There's one or two tracks I would have left off, but um, so this comes out January, May of '89. Dodge City Sound, Los Angeles, California. It's a long album. It's almost an hour long, and the producer is Alex Woltman Elliott Solomon. Or no, I'm sorry, Alex Woltman Elliott Solomon. Hey, what's up, Jason? How you doing, bud? Good to see
Yo,
you.
what's up?
See you, Moonshine. Thanks. Sorry, I haven't been able to keep up with the chat. I think everybody. Yeah. Okay, there is the horn section on one song really bugs the fuck out of me. It's only mostly on one song, but
sax solo.
Yeah, that was a little over. Yeah, a little uncalled for there, Lizzie. But otherwise, Master of Disguise, still more in the hard rock vein. Not really metal overall at this point. Adding much more complex songwriting, production elements, huge vocal harmonies. Reminds me a bit of. This predates this album, but do you remember Saigon Kick?
Yeah.
So Saigon Kick had those crazy stacked harmonies between Jason Bieler and Matt. Forget Matt's last name, but that they, the what you say, da, da, da. You hear that on this album quite a bit, right? Great riffs, some really cool tapping solos that sound Lynchian. Randy Rhoads on this song. There's a lot of symphonic elements, sound effects, and production techniques for Master of Disguise. I still really like this song quite a bit. One False Move, again, cool strings in the background. They start to remind me on this album a bit of, and they were before this album I'm going to mention, Sabotage Streets. This album reminds me a lot of Sabotage's Streets album, which was Sabotage's first big foray into the prog rock ballad, or not ballad, the prog rock opera type thing, right? And that's kind of what this album is. It's got elements of sort of a rock opera thing going on, right? Lizzy's voice is absolutely amazing from a production standpoint. Love is a Crime. This is the song. Fan of the Opera meets rock opera type. Not really metal anymore, but more hard rock, symphonic rock, and it reminds me a bit of TSO, Trans-Siberian Orchestra sort of vibes to it. And the horns on this song are, I don't love this, but I do really love this song. I hate to admit it. The horns bug me, but I like them on this song, weirdly. So, and I don't even know if they're real horns. They could be fake for all I know. Love is in the Air. I can see it in your eyes. There you go. Love is a Crime. Sins of the Flesh, up-tempo melodic hard rocker, killer hooks, amazing vocals as usual. Those ahs and oohs are magical. Phantoms is really cool. Phantoms is like is almost like to me. Oh shit! What just happened here? You got to be kidding me! What just happened? Hold on. Oh my God! What just happened, dude? Did I lose it all? No, there it is. Okay, I thought I lost my cheat sheet. It went all the way to the top suddenly, and I don't know why. Sins of the Flesh is great. Phantom starts with a rather odd, hokey, monkish, bluesy sort of thing that's going on. It develops into a full-on hard rock, prog rock, epic track. I really, really like Lizzy, always killing it vocally. This guy was so underrated, as I said. She keeps calling my name. That section right there is money. It's so cool. To be honest, this predates Streets by 3 years, but I wouldn't be shocked if Paul O'Neill and John Oliva weren't aware of this album, because Gutter Ballet kind of comes out around the same time, later that year, but by a half year it was later, and it just feels like Lizzy Borden may have kind of broke the mold on this in a lot of ways. Never Too Young is killer chorus, huge strings, massive vocals, great song, not really metal, kind of like a heavy Bon Jovi. I hate to admit it. Be One of Us, Phantom of the Opera, atmospheric intro keys, harder rock song. Reminds me a lot of Blue Oyster Cult Spectres or Cultosaurus era. Revolution by Night, too, is on here. Great guitar solos on this one. Chorus reminds me a lot of Blue Oyster Cult. Psychodrama, the heaviest song on the album, dark and atmospheric, killer vocals, lots of production tricks, tons of vocal harmonies. I hear bits of Operation Mindcrime in here as far as production-wise. Lots of killer over-the-top orchestration. Waiting in the Wings is another banger, heavy rocker, some smoking solo work on this one. Huge harmonies and vocals that top off that underlies a really great chorus. And then the ones I really don't like on here is Roll Over and Play Dead. That song bugs the shit out of me. I don't like it at all. Would have left it off. It's catchy, but it's without question my least favorite song. Under the Rose is a cool acoustic track. Really like the vocal layering. And then We Got the Power, kind of a weak track to end the album on. I would have cut Rock and Roll Over, Play Dead, or Rock and Roll Over and Play Dead, or what's that? Roll Over and Play Dead. I would have probably cut We Got the Power out, maybe even Under the Rose. But this is a far better album than I remembered it, dude. Far better. And you're probably not going to be anywhere near me on this, but I'm giving this an 8.75 out of 10. I loved it. I think with more listens to it, it could even bump up for me there. So, all right, what do you got on this one?
So, Masters, guys, pretty commercial sounding, but it's an okay song. I like this song. It's not bad. One False Move. It's got the total Halloween ripoff.
Yeah, yep. Mm-hmm.
It starts off with that. I'm like, come on. I actually like this song. It reminds me a little bit of Armored Saint, honestly.
A little bit.
Cool song. Love is a Crime. Yeah, not a big fan. The keyboards on this and the sax and the horns are horrible. Not a fan. Sins of the Flesh. It's a cool one. Chorus is cool. Phantoms. This is odd. Sounds like a piano. I like how you mentioned BOC because I thought Ghost took a lot of inspiration from this type of shit.
Oh, yeah.
I could hear Ghost in this song if you guys like Ghost. But they're just a ripoff of BOC. I wrote piano intro, gets better in the middle. Ghost, wish they wrote this song. And then I wrote BOC. We're on the BOC train here, dude.
BOC train. Yeah. I agree. Yep.
Never Too Young. Okay. Actually, even though there's a lot of keys in this song, I like this song.
Dennis, you know another album that now I just thought of it. This album reminds me a lot of Imaginos.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what I mean? The big thematic stuff with the hooky kind of choruses and the kind of sort of prog, but not, but kind of AOR, but not, but yeah. Imaginos. And I do know for an absolute fact that Lizzy, who I think his name is Gregory, I believe, his real name, is a huge fucking Blue Oyster Cult fan. Says he's seen him like 40 times.
Yeah, Psychodrama. Yeah, not my favorite. Waiting in the Wings. It's an okay song. Roll Over and Play Dead. Not a fan. Under the Rose. This song, dude, reminds me of Patience from Guns N' Roses.
You're right. It does a little bit. Yeah. Except for with a really good singer instead of a shit singer.
Yep. And then We Got the Power reminds me of an Autograph song.
Yeah, you're right. That one didn't occur to me, but you're absolutely right. It does have that vibe. So, all right, where are you going with this?
I'm gonna give it a 6 out of 10. It's not a bad record.
Better than I thought.
I think it does. It just sounds like it's more ambitious than it can handle for me. Very ambitious record. It just doesn't live up. I hear the Phantom of the Opera in a lot of, like, even on the intro, some of these songs.
Well, I forget which song it is. I didn't note it weirdly, but
I forgot to note it, but it does have a Phantom of the Opera intro.
Well, that's what I was going to say. That
Yep.
is that psychodrama or which one?
I don't remember, but
I
it
think it's
does have that
psychodrama.
intro.
Or no, it's Be One of Us. Intro
Yep.
key. I love that piece of music, though. I love it. I don't mind hearing it.
It's not a bad record, dude. I mean, I think you thought I was going to think it was horrible.
Yeah, I did.
It's not that bad.
You rated it better. You rated it better than Menace. I'm kind of surprised by that.
I don't like Menace, dude.
Yeah.
Also, I have a sealed copy of the cassette, OG Press.
Look at you. Are you going to open yours, or are you going to be?
No, because I'm never going to listen to it. So.
You fucker. You should send that to me, you bastard. Did you would you buy this if you ran into it on vinyl cheap?
Probably. Yeah, I would.
Or
it's
CD?
not a bad record. Like I said, the reason I think this is better than some of, like you said, is because it doesn't try to be something. It just is what it is. Like, they're not trying to be commercial on this. It just,
no, it's kind of anti-commercial in a lot of ways because it's almost too ambitious.
Like no one's ever going to buy this record, dude. Like, what are you doing right now?
Well, and they broke up after this, and then they didn't come back until 2000, I believe. They went and did the Starwood project, which was kind of a David Bowie thing, which I've never heard. I need to check that out. But there you go, man. Some great stuff on Lizzy Borden. I think that to take the most out of this, I would say, is that if you take the takeaways are, all these albums are worth owning, but at the right price. But definitely, if you're going to get any Lizzy, you start with "Love You to Pieces" for sure.
Yeah.
And if you want something a little more commercial, heavy BOC, borderline metal, grab Visualize. You can't go wrong with either of those two albums.
Yeah, Visualize is the record.
Yeah, and also, again, man, Lizzy is just a fucking amazing vocalist. And I'll tell you what, I've seen a bunch of live stuff of him, old and newer. He played on the Monsters of Rock cruise in 2024. He sounded fucking great, and he was live. I could tell he was live. They had some backing tracks in there, but he was live. And he sounds amazing. Probably because he didn't burn his voice out doing 250 shows a year, just touring endlessly. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. We're gonna. It is getting a little late, but we had to do it because Dennis, had to work. So we're gonna get into Anthem now, actually. So you have to come back and watch a little later. And I do thank all you guys that are Dennis subscribers, but hey, you can subscribe to me too, because I'm cool. I'm as cool as Dennis. I'm just the older, cooler Dennis with long hair. That's all. And I don't talk about rap. That's the only thing I don't talk about rap. Although that could change.
No, you're a fucking liar, dude. You like Beans.
Who?
Beans. You got that underground hip hop stuff. I remember you telling me.
I got the Deltron 3030, man.
Yeah, here you go too.
And I got me some fucking oh goddamn, what are they called now? The Jersey industrial hip hop. They're those weird machines people on Doctor Who. What are those things called?
Daltex or Daltex or something?
Dalek. Do you know Dalek at all?
So Dalek and Beans are like the same thing.
Okay, well, there you go. So Dalek's pretty fucking cool. I do have some Dalek. But that I wouldn't really call that like West Coast.
Very, very it's super underground hip hop.
It's underground hip hop, yeah. I go fucking OG, bro. Just don't even mess with my.
Yeah, it's like, I got some Dalek. I'm like, what are you talking about?
You're like, wait, what? I knew about Dalek way back though, man. Urban Tactics, I think it's called, or Urban Gorilla or Urban Tactics. I have a couple of those
Yeah.
CDs.
Next time Jeff's going to be like, "Oh, I got that King Ghidorah."
King Ghidorah. What's that?
That's some very underground hip hop Bay Area stuff.
Oh, really?
Yep.
You never know. It could happen, man.
You'll like that. I know you'll like the King Ghidorah.
Do we got any ill-mannered players? Well, we're both ill-mannered players. You know, I mean, I'm a player's player. But, yeah, so there you go. Let's jump into Anthem. Let's jump into Anthem, and I will start with my experience with Anthem, and it's pretty limited. As I said at the very beginning of the stream, very aware of Loudness. Pretty big fan of Loudness back in the day. I had a lot of their cassettes, the early stuff, the Law of Devil's Land, Disillusion, the one that they broke out on. Saw them open for Motley Crue. They were fucking way better than Motley Crue. I'm going to tell you that right now. That was Motley Crue for the Smoking in the Boys Room. What was that? Theater of Pain. Theater of Pain, yeah. And the best part of that was when some chick threw her bra and it landed on Mick Mars' guitar neck. And this was all way before you had all this shit on computers. And it actually fucked him up. It fucked him up from playing. That was the best part of the whole night. But I really loved watching Akira Takasaki fucking shred balls and hearing Minoru sing "Rock and Roll Crazy Nights." So great stuff. Great stuff. Love Loudness. But as far as Anthem, I have to be honest with you. I didn't know much about Anthem until... Hey, what's up, Eric? Good to see you, bud. I didn't know much about Anthem until Devin. Remember Devin? We all remember Devin. What the hell is his channel called? I forget now. God damn it. Maze of Torment. Maze of Torment, Devin. A bunch of years ago, I want to say probably 4 years ago, somewhere in that range, 4 or 5 years ago, asked me if I knew of Anthem. And I'm like, dude, I know the name, but I never listened to him ever. And to be very blunt with you, I think I did check them out back then briefly, but I didn't pick anything up. And so when you brought up Anthem, I'm like, good. This, just like you said about Lizzy, making you go back and listen to the Lizzy stuff and kind of revisit all that stuff. That's what I did with the Anthem. I kind of really introduced myself to it. And there's some really good stuff here. Some really good stuff. A lot of stuff, so we should get rolling. But how about you, Dennis? Like, where was your Anthem? Did you get into them back in the day, in the 80s?
No way, dude.
Yeah.
I actually just bought that record maybe about, I want to say when I moved to Reno, so about 5 years ago. I went to a record store. Kind of an interesting story, honestly. I went to this little record store and I was wearing a Possess shirt. And this record store was basically a hallway with records on each side.
Wow.
And it was during the pandemic, so only 2 people could be in the record store at one time. So I go in there and dude sees me and he's like, I don't have any, there's no metal.
You told me this. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm like,
story, though.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, dude, that's cool. Like, can I look around? And he's like, yeah.
Wait, weren't you wearing a Possess shirt or something?
Yeah, I was wearing a Possess shirt, and he's like, I don't have any metal. And I'm like, okay. So I'm like looking, I was like, all right, I'll probably buy this Wu-Tang vinyl just to like support this dude, even though he's being a dick randomly. And then like we just started talking about records and stuff, and then he's like, oh, like he's total gatekeeper. He's like, oh, so you like collect vinyl? All right, I got some records. And like, so he brings out this giant stack of records.
No
and
shit.
He's like, you might like this stuff. You might know this stuff. And then there was I bought maybe like $200 worth of records from him. At the time, all sorts of metal shit. And he was like, oh, I had so much more, but you ever heard of that band Ghost? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, yeah, that singer came in here and bought like all my shit. I had all the Heavy Load records and all that stuff.
Shit.
Bought all of it. Yep.
Wow.
Like they toured there and he came in there and bought like half his shit.
I believe that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how I ended up with the Anthem record because I was like, yeah, dude, I'll just like he was just selling all these records, and I'm like, I remember seeing this record somewhere, and it was like $5 or something. Like, wasn't super expensive, so I was like,
Right.
yeah, I just throw it in my pile. And I was blown away when I brought it home, and I was like, holy shit, this record's fucking awesome, man.
That's such
I
an
didn't,
80, that's such an 85, 84, 85 album cover though, right?
right? And this is just on Restless Records, so no big label, I guess.
Right.
Probably way more distributed in other countries besides the U.S.
Well,
So
they didn't have distribution for a long time in the U.S.
yeah,
In fact, let me look here. That issue for that album. Let me look at something here. That issue is when it first came out. It came out on Nexus, which I believe was their own label. Let me look, double check. Nexus was a Japanese label. The parent label was King Records. So they had stuff like Agent Steel, Anthem, Annihilator. So it was a Japanese.
yeah, it was
Label.
like kind of like Bonsai from Canada, just putting
Right.
out stuff in Japan, like a
Right.
distribution.
But the actual copy you have there is the Restless Records version, which came out the same day. But that was Restless was through Hollywood, so it was a U.S. and guess who the parent company was? Enigma.
Yep.
Is that on there?
Nope. It just has Restless.
Just record. Okay. Yeah, that's not one you run across every day for sure.
Yep.
All right, so that
All of it is a blue label that just says Restless on it.
I like that, man. That's cool. Yeah, that's very 80s, right?
Yep.
Was it open? Had it been played, or was it?
Yeah, but it's like in mint condition.
Wow, what'd you pay for that? Do you know?
$5.
Really?
Yeah, the dude was making up prices on the spot. He didn't have anything priced. He's just like, that was $5.
Discogs on his phone or anything?
Nope.
That's probably at least a $40 record on Discogs or more.
Yeah, like I said, he was just like, oh wait, you're a record collector. Okay, I'm gonna throw you some good stuff, and then like some stuff was higher priced. I got the Tank, OG Tank with the 7-inch off him for $30.
Damn. I never run into those kind of deals. It just, I never fall into those "are you kidding me" type things. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah. So you're fairly new in a way to Anthem as well. I mean, again, I've known about them, the name, for years and years and years. It never happened that I checked them out until maybe when Devin brought it up 4 years ago. I think it was 3.5, 4 years ago. And I think I threw this one on, or maybe, you know what? Actually, I don't. I think I saw some of the album titles and the album artwork. I was like, man, these are pretty lame fucking covers. And they are, let's be honest. That's the best looking one. Maybe Tightrope.
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
They're pretty bad. And then you see like titles of albums like Domestic Booty. Like, what the fuck, man? Are you serious?
I think it's a translation.
It is. It definitely is. But here's the thing. Once you get into this material, there's a lot of good material. A lot. So let's do that. Let's jump in here. I wanted to make note of this first album comes out July 21st, 1985 on Nexus. You have the Restless one, which is the U.S. version. Recorded in Tokyo, Japan, and sound design studio in Tokyo, Japan. Studio free and sound design. Issued without the original version was issued without traditional obi, but with an obi sticker instead, which says Power Metal, Anthem Power Metal, Martial Law. This was not the Japanese album title. A long time ago, being a video game fan, I'm just writing something here, reading something that somebody posted. A long time ago, being a video game fan, I listened to Perfect Selection Dracula Battle CDs containing hard rock versions of songs from Castlevania's series of video games. I was impressed and wanted more. These are the CDs that actually made me interested in heavy metal. And I look up the arranger, and the arranger is Nayatu Shibata, and he's the bass player and the only OG member of the band to this point. He's the leader of the band. Yeah. So he does video game stuff, and probably that's where he's made most of his money. Because Anthem, to my knowledge, I don't think has ever played in the States. If they did,
I don't.
It's only been once, and I don't think I'd have to look into that. I thought I read that somewhere, but I could be wrong about that. But so the first album is just Anthem, right?
Yep.
And we get off the mat with Wild Anthem. And one thing about Anthem is usually their lead-off tracks are always bangers. They just always have sort of a bangers track to lead things off. But I'll let you go first since you're the guy that chose this band. You go ahead with this album.
Yeah, man. So starts off with Wild Anthem. Straight up in your face, heavy metal banger, man. Great fucking track. Red Light Fever, fucking speedy banger here. Lay Down. Oh shit, dude, that shit has an opening riff. It's just like sounds like almost like Balls to the Wall, except just that fucking riffing is.
You know what I thought? You know what I thought it reminded me of?
What?
It reminds me a lot of Dawkins when Heaven Comes Down. That down.
Oh, dude, I thought of that too.
Yeah. Oh no, you didn't. You're lying.
And Balls to the Wall. It's so fucking.
I mentioned Accept here coming up quite a bit. Yeah.
Yep. Race and Rock, another banger, fast and ripping. Warning Action, Speed Metal Attack. This shit rips, man. Turn Back the Night, straight up metal banger. Rock and Roll Stars, that's an okay song. Blind City, Fist Pumper, riffs galore on that. Star Formation, Speedy and Killer. And then you got Steeler, man. This shit rips. Guitars are everywhere on this song. It's just off the fucking chain on this song.
We should mention the original singer. His name was Aizo. Shit. Hang on, I gotta look it up here again.
It's like Hattori or something.
Aizo Sakamoto was the original vocalist on the first 4 albums, I believe, or first 3, maybe 4. I'll get to my notes. Very, very. He gets better with each album. The first album, there's a little bit of some rough spot here and there, but nothing, really bad. But as he goes along into these albums, dude, he gets fucking fierce. And then they get a guy to replace him that might be even better. So go ahead.
I agree with you.
Huh?
And the guitarist, dude, Hiroya Fukuda.
Dude, Hiroya Fukuda is fucking insane.
Insane, dude.
I mean, he's definitely right up there with fucking Akira and Eddie and all the shredders of that era, and I talk about that a lot. Yeah. Yep.
Just a banger of a record. Not my favorite record, but I'm gonna give this an 8 out of 10 for me.
All right, we're on the same page. I'm at an 8 too. The opening track, holy fuck, what a ripper! In the heavy Judas Priest meets Dokken vein, as far as melodicness, I hear the melody reminds me of Dokken quite a bit, but the heaviness reminds me of Priest. The driving fast and Accept, and I mentioned those names a lot in here. Aizo Sakamoto is a fucking badass singer. Wow. Red Light Fever, damn, nasty as fuck, riffy bastard. Holy hell, great vocals by Aizu. Amazing guitar by Fukuda. A goddamn electric player, man. Just unreal. Reminds me of Takasaki meets Lynch meets DeMartini. All in one. Dude. Smoking hot, man. This song, Red Light Fever, kicks maximum ass. Lay Down reminds me of When Heaven Comes Down. Race and Rock. Great bass work. Kind of weak speed metal for me, this one. It's not as catchy as the first 3 tracks. Warning Action. And again, these song titles are kind of funny because they're kind of mixes of English and Japanese. And then what you get throughout most of this first 7 albums is you get a lot of verses that are in Japanese with an occasional English phrase thrown in. Like the first line is an English phrase like, "You know me, baby. What's a guy? What's a thing? What's a?" And then they do the Japanese thing, and I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just, I don't know what they're saying, so I have no idea. And then they go into the chorus, which is, "Morning action, morning action," and you're like, it's just fucking hilarious because Aizo was not as good as the guy that replaces him as far as initially as the Japanese to English conversion. He's not as adept at it, but he gets better as he goes along, right? Turn Back the Night reminds me of Aldo Nova. Hold back the night. Anyway, it's not. It doesn't remind me of Aldo Nova at all. It's a great track, really heavy rocker, a lot of skank nastiness on it, even a weird Aerosmith grooviness to it. Great vocals, Japanese chorus, even though I can't understand a word he's saying. The solos are amazing, as you would expect. Rock and Roll Stars, not a bad track, but a bit mundane. Blind City, really killer riffy, but simple. Kind of reminds me of Accept or even Manowar, oddly. Absolutely sick solo. Sort of santed, semi-automaton type chorus. Where that they couldn't really come up with an English version of, that follow the melody. So it's blind sit there, blind sit there, blind sit there. It just kind of repeats a lot. Star Formation, really killer epic rocker, very 80s sounding. I really like that one a lot. Sounds like they're saying Star Formation in the lyrics for me. Probably the best overall song for me is Star Formation on the album. Although I really love Red Light Fever, and Wild Anthem is great too. Steeler, another speedy, almost thrash track. A little too melodic to be straight up thrash, though. If you get what I mean by that.
It's a speed metal song.
It's a speed metal song, yeah. Great chugging riffs. And one thing you will hear with a lot of these albums, especially these first 4 or 5, is you got the freight train drumming. It's just that 4-on-the-floor speed metal chugga chugga freight train thing, right? And nothing wrong with that. It works. It's good. The production isn't awesome on this album. That's probably its weakest problem. Especially on the drum sound, but the guitars are killer. The songs are well written. The vocals are uneven at times, but mostly killer, despite the mixing of English and Japanese and an occasional pitch issue here and there. But overall, it's a pretty badass album, dude. This is a really good album. 8 out of 10 for me. All right. Do you have the EP?
No.
All right. So I'm going to pull up the Ready to Strike EP. And this artwork is a trip. It's trippy as
killer, dude.
Well, it reminds the guy or girl. It looks like it's probably a girl, or female robot, but it kind of looks like it's a Native American, doesn't it? But it's also kind of Japanese too. So it's kind of weird. I don't know. It's just trippy. Released December 18th, 1985. So if you think of it, this is only a couple months later. This is back in the days when bands could go into a fucking studio and tear out 2 albums in a year, often, right? And that's what they did here. They did Ready to Ride, Shed, and then they did full English versions of Steeler, Rock and Roll Stars, and Lay Down. And this comes out again on Nexus as a 12-inch vinyl. Colored vinyl too. How about that? I didn't know that. Let me see something here. What do we got? Other versions. So this one probably isn't super easy to get. It was reissued by King Records, but I believe it was CD. Yeah, Blue Spec CD. I've seen this. I think it was like $40 for a CD. I didn't want to spend that on it. I don't know what colors. It doesn't really say. So, limited edition of undisclosed quantity on translucent red. There you go. You're gonna have to hunt this one down, dude.
I gotta get it.
Probably not going to be cheap.
I mean, I'll pay $40 for it.
Well, okay, so this one, hang on. Come on, go. We've got again 2 new tracks and 3 re-recorded English versions. Ready to Ride, kind of very 80s sounding from the riffing standpoint. Weirdly has a bit of Rainbow and Deep Purple, and I'm going to tell you, straight up, as these albums went on and on and on, I kept hearing more.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, is it you too? You too?
Yep.
Dude,
Yep.
I hear so much fucking Rainbow in here. It's crazy.
I know. We're always going to agree on this shit. It's just like the BOC shit.
But a heavier Rainbow, like more of a metal Rainbow, right? I mean,
I got some Deep Purple in here too later on.
like fucking Speed King or Nobody's Gonna Stop My Car. What is it called? Fuck. Come on, what's the song?
Highway Star.
Highway Star. God damn, man, I couldn't think of it. Very much that, and there you go. The Highway Star is that chugga 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 chugga. That's the drum beat you hear in almost every song in the first 4 albums.
But here's my thought on that is I get where we're going with the Blackmore stuff, but I feel like it's because of the Yngwie influence of the Blackmore stuff.
The 80s, yeah, you're right. The Yngwie, yes, that's a good point. Absolutely. Very early Yngwie albums, you can hear, you know, especially the first and second, or maybe even up through the trilogy, you hear this kind of sound. And later, when we get to the new vocalist after the 4th album, you got a lot of a heavy Joe Lynn Turner, like a more ballsy Joe Lynn Turner going on, right? It's crazy. And so you're going to hear that a lot. But Izo sounds a little bit like Gillan on this particular song. Bluesy bass, but he can scream like crazy, man. The chorus is kind of predictable, though, on Ready to Ride, but I like the song quite a bit. And then Shed is very dock and riff-wise, just faster tempo. Izo has some, killer great vocals by Izo and some amazing guitar work on here. Pretty sure, again, this is a mix of Japanese and English on the chorus. Steeler, the English version, great speedy thrasher, but metal more than thrash. Rock and Roll Star, nasty, and I know you're going to be like, what? But I swear to God, I hear it. Rock and Roll Stars reminds me of a much heavier, faster Pussycat at times. Like, you know, bathroom wall type song, right? Lay Down. This one sounds super heavy. Like I said, has a Dock in Heaven Comes Down vibe, but mixed with Priest and a little bit of You Got Another Thing Coming in there. Let me see. Oh, yeah, the heavy drums, the heavy pounding drums are great. Nice little EP to feature the English versions and 2 new tracks. But with a band like this that puts out so many albums, I don't know if this was fully necessary. Who knows what the reason behind it was. But maybe it was a label idea. But 7 out of 10 for me on this one. 7 out of 10.
Yeah,
how about you?
Just a banger.
What's that?
Huh?
What'd you say?
Just a banger of a record, dude.
Yeah. So you're in that 7-8 range or higher?
No, yeah, I was on 8 of 10 on that.
8 of 10 on the EP. All right.
Yeah, it's a great EP. Obviously, just the re-recorded songs, but "Ready to Ride" is a banger of a song.
Oh, it is. Yeah, and I think this may have been a label thing to be like, hey, look, because you're thinking about that. This is '85. This is when Loudness is blowing up. And maybe they said, look, we got to do what Loudness did. We got to get more English into our vocal tracks, and that may help us break the States or Europe, you know. So that was probably why they did it. All right, do you have the next one? This is Tightrope, right?
Yeah.
You. All right, where'd you get that one? Same deal?
Dude, I got this off Discogs for $5.
Jesus fucking Christ. What? When?
I saw it on there and I was like, why is this $5? So I just ordered it immediately, and
how long ago?
Super mint fucking copy, OG press.
How long
Like,
ago? When did you get this?
maybe a year ago.
Jesus, you always run into this shit, man.
Yeah, I just looked it up because I was like, that record's a banger. Let me look it up. I got to get it. And
I do like the cover on this one.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
my
a total 80s cover.
favorite.
Like you're walking a tightrope over the lava.
The lava, yeah. It's kind of like you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of a Saga cover, the band Saga. It's got that vibe to it, right?
Hell yeah, dude. And I like this random lightning bolt just shooting out of the side for no reason.
Always got to have lightning bolt, bro. Always.
Like there's you not only have this danger and this danger, but this danger.
You got that sideways lightning bolt, man. That's always the worst danger of all.
This shit'll fuck you up.
All right, so this comes out April 21st, 1986. Again on Nexus.
Yeah, this one actually says Nexus on the back and Restless.
That's an OG then. There you go, man. You're for $5, you're set. Go ahead. Why don't you talk about this one?
$10 for shipping, but that's okay.
Oh, well, okay.
Well, I got it from Japan, so.
Oh, you got it from there?
Yeah.
Oh, that might be why I got it so cheap. There's probably a lot of copies over there.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
man.
good.
So this
That's a good price on shipping, though. If only
Victim in Your Eyes. This shit destroys. Just speed fucking metal ripper, man. Night After Night, total banger. Death to Death. That reminds me of this. This one reminds me a little bit of Loudness, especially in the vocals.
Yeah.
But just a banger. Tightrope Dancer, heavy fucking metal, dude. Those guitars on this song are just fucking off the fucking chain.
You know what this reminds me of? You know what that song reminds me of? Tightrope, are you talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what that song reminds me of? Kingdom Come, do you like it? Yeah, dude. Like it. You know, yeah, it's got that vibe, yeah.
Yeah, man. Death to Death is a banger too. Driving Wire, killer speed, man.
Fast as a shark. Fast as a shark.
Yeah, there you go, dude.
Yep.
What is the next song? Fingers on the Trigger?
Yep.
No, that's the next record, but yeah, no, that is Fingers on the Trigger.
Yep, it's okay.
The song reminds me of Motley Crue, Use It or Lose It.
It does.
Yeah, man, killer. Vocal lines are cool. Light It Up, cool rocker, and Black Eyed speed banger, dude. Fucking killer record. For me, 9 out of 10. This record, better than the first one. I love this record a lot. This is a band getting better than, like you said, this band's going to get better as we go along.
The production improved a lot.
Production is a lot better.
Yeah, the drums still sound a little flappy, but I never know because I listen to a lot of this shit on YouTube and their uploads, so sometimes you don't know if that's the problem.
You can, dude, because I'll listen to some stuff like this stuff on YouTube and then listen to the vinyl, completely different sounding.
Yeah, yep.
So it's hard to like compare it.
Yeah, it does have that Thin Lizzy Thunder and Lightning look there a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, man. A definite step up. Victim in Your Eyes. Killer riffy, up-tempo, heavy rocker. Tons of melody. But it's speed metal. Melodic beast. Freight train drumming. Great melodies in the vocals. Not sure if it's all English, but a lot of it is on that one. Great solo from Fukada. Is that his name?
Yeah, Fukada.
Yeah. Night After Night. Love this one. Catchy 80s metal. Great guitar work. Solid backing vocals. Better vocals from Izo than on the debut. Killer guitar work. My only complaint is that flappy, kind of weak-sounding snare, but that could be the download I was listening to. Death to Death. Weird. I wrote odd title, but I didn't write anything more. I might have forgotten to. Anyway, I didn't make any. We'll go by your judgment on that one. Tightrope Dancer. Smoking chugger with great guitar work, as always. Reminds me of Kingdom Comes, Do You Like It? Similar chords. And it Hiroya Fukada smokes. Just unbelievable. Also, Tightrope Dancer has a bit of a Rat vibe to it, like an early Rat vibe. Driving Wire, smoking hot. Mega fast ripper, has an vibe like Fast as a Shark. Lots of chugging riffs, open ringing chords. Hysterically, all I could think of, though, you're going to fucking laugh your ass off. All I could think of listening to this song was that song, Freight Train by Nitro. You know that.
I love that song, dude.
You know the song I'm talking about?
Yeah, dude, I love it.
You know that fucking crazy Jim Gillette
Oh,
thing?
shit.
Total garbage. But that sucks ass. This song does not suck ass. Finger on the Trigger, solid track. Not one of my favorites on this album. Light It Up. Great riff, solid vocals. This one has a staccato riff that's reminiscent of Priest. A little bit of Rat in there. Has a real anthemic vibe to it. But again, it's hard with the Japanese. You can't tell exactly what they're saying. You know what I mean? So you're kind of like, you know what I mean? It's hard to get into like, she's got the looks that kill. You know, you can't get that because it's the guy's doing some, let the cup of you just don't know what he's saying, right? You know? But it's great. It's great. Absolutely killer. Let's see. There's great harmonized guitar on there. Shit rules. Black Eyed Tough. Weird song title again. Lost in translation. You know what this song reminds me of? The riffs. Pretty much. Absolutely. Go listen to it. I'm undefeated at this shit. I'm telling you. You know what this song is? It's fucking Somebody Get Me a Doctor by Van Halen. Go listen to it. It's there. Trust me. Not sure what the title is referring to. I guess a fight song, like fighting. Great vocals, great jams. Awesome. Maybe a little more polished than the debut, but lots of killer riffs. Anthemic, yellow long, fist pumper, heavy metal songs. Really heavy rock songwriting, or really much better songwriting. Getting better and better, and the vocals are the game changers. Izo sounds amazing on this. I'm going to go an 8.75 out of 10. How about that?
Nice, dude.
Yep.
I was a 9, you're an 8.75. So
Yep. And we were, I think, almost about the same on the first two.
yeah.
All right, so now we're to 1987, and we are at Gypsy Eyes. Is that correct?
Bound to Break.
Oh, is it? Hold on. Fuck. Oh, yeah, Bound to Break. Sorry. Yeah, this album cover is not that great. Do you have this
No,
one?
it's not. No, I don't. I wish.
We'll take a look at this one online. Yeah, so I don't know, man. I don't even know what that's supposed to be. Are they supposed to be like graves or
Yeah, it's 2 graves. It's Mega Attack.
what is it?
Mega Attack.
What's that mean?
I don't know. That's what it says. Mega
does it?
Attack.
Okay, I don't really know what that means. Interesting. This is very early. Maybe what year is this? 87.
87.
I was gonna say Photoshop, but it's probably paint or something. Some type of
I
early.
think that's like a real picture.
Well, yeah, I guess it would be in 87, right? That was
Yeah.
pre-software.
Might be a real grave that they just like
Fuzz
added
maybe fuzz the negatives or something there over the graves. Yeah, pretty weird. I don't know. I don't really get the picture at all.
I don't get it either, honestly.
But
But
it's a great album. We start off with Bound to Break, really strong opener, chugging, kind of like a painkiller track almost, right? That kind of riff, or maybe even Another Thing Coming, maybe just a little faster. Great vocals again, Japanese verse, English chorus, stunning guitar work on here. Although I don't love the lead tone on this album as much as I did on the first 2 albums, the playing's still killer. And then the chorus is out of bounds, bound to break, and it's very Halford and Udo.
Yeah.
Just that's the way he does it, you know. Empty Eyes, Chugger, Freight Train, Tempo, all English, big pre-chorus, chorus, Some Yngwie neoclassical shred comes in here. This dude is so sick. Solo's fucking badass. Show must go on. Surefire fist pounder. 4 on the floor headbanger. Great English vocals and harmonies. Killer chorus. Catchy as fuck. Dumb lyrics in the title. Rock and Roll Survivor. Kind of the dick swinging song, if there is one. Bluesy bar track in a weird way. This one's kind of bordering on boogie in a weird way.
You know what I put on that one? Kind of like it reminds me of a heavier Helix.
Yeah. Like, what was that song they did?
Rock me.
Yeah. Give me
Rock
that.
me.
Give me that.
Yeah, dude.
What's that spell? Yes. Hell yeah, man. Very much like that. Yeah, it's still good. It's a skipper, but it's still okay. Soldiers, really cool 80s sounding track. Very Fifth Angel or Crimson Glory-ish. Also Maiden 2 in there. Got a Maiden Gallop to it. Really atmospheric, epic, dreamy chorus. Really like that song, Soldiers. Might be my favorite one on there. Limited Lights is sort of a synth interlude. Machine Made Dog. Huh?
Kind of an intro.
Yeah, into Machine Made Dog. Brooding staccato intro and dark, menacing, killer memorable chorus. Very priesty, very fist pumping. Machine Made Dog, great track. Probably my second favorite. No More Night, Thrasher, sort of super up tempo. More of a trad metal sound on this one, but you definitely get some neoclassical Malmsteen on here. Good chorus. Yeah, yep. Headstrong reminds me of Max from what am I saying here? Hold on. Headstrong reminds me of Max from Loudness. What? I don't know what. I must have wrote something that switched. Headstrong reminds me of Loudness. It's a solid fist puncher, and then Firing the Sword is kind of like Barracuda. It's got that Barracuda thing going on. Really epic, great ending track. Probably would have opted to have Machine Made Dog or Soldiers as the last song, but this is an 8 out of 10 for me. Man, you know what? I think I'm going to go a little higher, 8.25. Yeah. This band's highly consistent through 3 albums. All are significantly high caliber. I will say this, that by this album, though, I was starting to go, there's a little bit of sameness in their formula, so to speak.
I can agree with that.
And we'll see that more, especially on the next 2 albums, which I like all these albums. I really do. I don't know how many I'm going to end up buying because I feel like this is a band where I don't need to own every single album. But you might be surprised at which one's my favorite one. We'll see.
Okay.
All right, so the next one is...
help me I didn't get to talk about this one yet.
Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, dude. My bad. I'm going to take a leak. I'll be right back.
All right. Bound to break, dude. Massive Judas Priest sounding. Killer, though. I feel like there's a switch here. This one sounds way more Judas Priest to me. I've even seen people say it sounds like Turbo. It does not sound like Turbo. It sounds more like Screaming or that 80s era Judas Priest. There's no keyboards here, so Empty Eyes. There's double bass on this song. Sick. This one reminds me more of Painkiller. Show Must Go On, another fist pumper. Rock and Roll Survivor, cool one. This was the one that reminds me of a heavier Helix. Cool one. Soldiers, Jeff's favorite song. This one's just okay for me. I like it, but it's not the best. Machine Made Dogs. This one reminds me a lot of Accept and 80s Priest with a lot of loudness mixed in. No More Night, Back to the Speed. Man, this song rips. Neoclassical Yngwie shit in here as well. And then Headstrong, Accept Again, but a good song. I like that song a lot. Fire and Sword. That's a cool closer. All in all, it's a really good record. Like I said, you can mix Priest, Malmsteen, Accept in here. Like all those, the 80s versions of all those bands, and Loudness as well. You got to throw in some Loudness and
have to.
Yeah, just a banger of a record, man. For 87, I get it. It's not super original. Like Jeff said, there's a lot of sameness going on between these first three records, but they all sound. The record sounds better. The records sound better as they get uh, more focused on their sound. And then when we get to the next record, they kind of throw all of that out the window to sound a little bit different because they got a new vocalist. So it all makes sense. Just
Well,
a killer band that like kind of went under the radar. So, and we're gonna get to the next records and like see how they progress into the '90s, which is pretty cool. So it's a band that's I think when they started out, if they were just like, okay, we're gonna be a heavy metal band that sounds like Motley Crue, Dokken, and Loudness mixed with some random speed metal out of nowhere, which makes this band unique, in my opinion. I definitely recommend like pretty much all their stuff into like the early '90s, and they get a little bit progressive going forward into the '90s. So
yeah, they
yeah,
had keyboards, some synth, a little bit,
yep,
but they get they get a new vocalist on the next album, and we're gonna talk
yeah,
about
dude,
the guy because he's fucking great. A little bit easier on the ears as far as the English to Japanese switch a little bit. Um,
yeah,
and again, I don't when I say when I say samey, I don't necessarily mean that like every song on the album sounds the same because it doesn't.
no,
What I meant by that more than anything is that they do have a tempo formula that they stick to in these first couple of albums. Switches up a little bit coming up here, but
I would say they're more consistent. Like you're gonna get what you get from this
right,
band.
right. And I think too that it is kind of a mystery that they never got any kind of traction in the States at all, like Loudness did.
Right.
They just didn't get that kind of push. From what I understand, and I'd have to go. Maybe I'll do that at the end here while I'll dig up when we start playing some tunes. But we're moving along pretty good. Um, yeah, consistent is very much the word. And when I say samey, there's a bit of a template that they kind of tend to follow, but it's not like every song is like, oh, that song sounds like that song, which sounded like that song, which sounded. It's not like
No.
that at all. But they do have a very distinctive sound unto themselves. They have a very the scope of influences. If you're a metal fan and you've been listening a
Yeah.
long time, you have a hard time not hearing it. Priest being a huge one. Some
Yeah.
of the hair metal like Dokken, where it's more melodic, that's in there. Some of the Yngwie influence, and then like we said, especially with the new vocalist, man, more and more and more I hear a much heavier like Rainbow influence and even some Deep Purple influence.
Yeah, and I was like, whereas Lizzy Borden was trying to like do something different on every record,
Yeah,
this band's just
they stay
we're
consistent.
just we're a Japanese heavy metal band, and we're
Right.
gonna sound like who we want to sound like.
Yeah,
Um,
we
I
sound
don't
like
think they
Anthem.
were. Yeah, they weren't trying to sound like. They weren't trying to get a radio song. I don't feel like where.
Maybe a little later. I think there's a couple that
Yeah,
made.
but I mean, I think that was past their prime. I mean, as far
But
as
also, you
like
got to
getting,
remember, they did. From what I understand, they didn't have really good at all distribution in the states.
no,
So
and I
most
think
people.
they were pretty. From what I read, they were pretty big in Japan. So
Oh yeah, very big. Yes, very big. Like they were right up there with Loudness. Maybe
yeah,
not quite as big as Loudness, but Loudness got the transatlantic push when they came over and opened for Motley Crue. And in
yep,
the end, to be honest with you, I'd have to look, but I don't think it lasted very long. I don't think Loudness made a lot of appearances over here. They just never quite transcended and broke it entirely. They had that one big moment in 85, maybe 86, 87, and then that was kind of it. They never really.
Yeah.
Akira's come over to like Nam and stuff. I've seen him at Nam. I don't even know if he speaks English. He must speak some English now, I would think.
Right.
But he does like some things. And I was listening to check this out. I was listening to an interview with Rick Huno about his new band Nefarious, right, with Doug Piercy and Will and the Hyrax dude, Caden.
Caton.
Caden DePena, yeah, is the singer. And Rick Huno said the very first band he ever opened up for with Exodus on Bonded by Blood was fucking Loudness when they were playing out on the West Coast. So they must have made a couple trips. And what year was that? When was Bonded?
Well, you got to remember, Loudness was really respected at the time. Like thrash bands would easily play with those guys.
But when did Bonded come out?
85.
85. So that would have been maybe Loudness did the Motley Crue thing after they'd already done a small US thing with Exodus opening out there. So yeah, pretty cool, man. Like, you know, Rick was like, I couldn't fucking believe I'm like opening for Akira Takasaki, and we're like, I just thought that was so cool. I'm gonna try to get Rick on for this new project. He seems like a fun interview, and we both have ADHD, which should be a lot of fun. It should be like chase the rabbit everywhere, you know. But yeah, so all right, so we're at this album here, which is our EP, excuse me, Gypsy Ways, which comes out April 21st, 1988. 4 tracks. And this was like a precursor to the album, which came out. Wait a minute. Is that right? All right. So Aizo, the vocalist Aizo, was replaced by Yukio Murakawa. And he was a good pick. A real good pick. I'm just trying to find. Hang on, give me 1 minute here. I can't find May 21st, 88. Give me 1 moment, all right?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. They put the EP out only a month before the album came out. All right, this is kind of weird, but this is you don't have this one either, right?
No, I don't. I didn't hear this EP, honestly. I
Okay.
only remember Gypsy Eyes.
Well, here's the thing. Gypsy Ways, which is Win, Lose, or Draw, is the opening track on the album. Love in Vain's the second song. Shout It Out is down towards the bottom of the running order of the album. And Midnight Sun is a middle of the album. As far as I can tell, everything on this EP,
songs, yeah,
it's the same songs, exactly.
Yeah.
So no real, you know, if you're a completist and you gotta have it, okay. It's not bad. It's pretty good. I didn't really review it because, to be honest with you, it didn't seem to make any sense because it was all the same songs. And I didn't find out there was nothing on there that was re-recorded or whatever. So we'll just jump into the album. And you have Gypsy Ways?
No.
Okay.
I already ordered it. I ordered this and the next record.
Yeah?
Yep.
All right. So Gypsy Ways, the album, comes out a month later, May 21st, 88. Again, not the greatest cover art. Just not.
Yeah, it just screams metal, doesn't it?
Yeah, it totally screams metal. The plaid, the fabric coating here, the candle with God knows what this is. Probably
a leaf.
I thought it was an insect at first, but it's probably a leaf. Yeah. Yeah. So other versions of this has been reissued a couple times. 99, they reissued on CD. 2005, they did a 20th anniversary remaster. Then in 2010, they did a 25th anniversary paper sleeve. That high definition CD. What do they call that shit? Remember that? Kind of like the high quality SHMCD or whatever they called it. And then it was reissued in 2017 on King Records as a blue spec CD with the OB strip and all that stuff. So again, This is interesting to note because they did issue it in Europe on Music for Nations on CD and vinyl. So this was kind of the first one they got like major distribution like that. And they did pick up some kind of a little bit of press in the UK, like in Kerrang and stuff. But it still didn't translate into them becoming a major player. So, all right, I will let you go. Oh shit, where is that? I'll let you go on this one. Pull you up here.
All right. So this one, kind of a completely different vibe, honestly. The new vocalist, way more rainbow, deep purple vibe, and Gypsy Eyes, killer opener, man.
Yeah.
Epic sounding. The new vocalist is amazing. Like you said, Jolyn Turner, Graham Bonnet.
Yeah, Graham Bonnet, big time.
Yeah, dude. Killer
Also, Jeff Scott Soto.
Oh, yeah.
And a little bit of Ronnie Romero.
So good, dude.
Yeah.
Love in Vain, killer melodic banger. Bad Habits Die Hard, heavy banger. Legal Killing. Man, this I wrote, man, this singer makes these songs sound epic as fuck.
Yeah.
Crying Heart, Sick, All
You might hear
Aloudness.
Legal Killing coming up.
Silent Child, pretty damn good. Midnight Sun, Cool Rocker. Although it kind of reminds me a little bit of early 80s Kiss, Lick It Up style.
Which one?
It reminds me of early 80s Kiss,
Which
Lick It
song?
Up style.
Which song?
Shit. What's that song called?
Crying Heart?
Yeah. No, Midnight Sun.
Oh, Midnight Sun. Okay.
It reminds me of.
You know what? All right. Get this. I did not say Kiss.
What'd you say?
You're going to nail this. You're going to know it right away. Very 1970. Okay. The verses are kind of very 1973. Do you remember that Dan Essex Rock On? That's all rock. Hey, kids.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. Rock
That reminds me of that Kiss song on Lick It Up. With Hey, man. Are you. Remember they're walking down the street? Hey, man, you looking at me? God, what the fuck is that song called on Lick It Up?
Yeah, what the hell is that song? I don't remember that album very well.
Both those songs are like that.
Yeah. But here's what the chorus sounds like, Dennis. Are you ready? It's straight up TNT 7 Seas ripoff. We are rulers of the ocean, kings of 7 seas. It's totally the same thing. And he sounds a lot like Ronnie Letecro on here. Which, by the way,
All Hell's Breaking Loose. That's a song.
All Hell's Breaking Loose. Yeah. Yep.
All Hell's Breaking Loose. Hey, have you heard the word? Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Shout it out. Cool mid-tempo banger. Final Risk. Killer banger, man. Catchy fucking track. Night Stalker. Oh, it's a heavy metal attack. Reminds me of that's heavy. It reminds me of Witch Hunt from Pile Driver. This is bang.
Without question the heaviest song on the album.
Yeah, dude, that song.
I think it's detuned too. I think they're playing in like detuning or drop D.
That's so good, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, what do you got?
I love the fucking new vocalist. I think it almost makes it a kind of a whole new band, honestly.
I agree.
But dude, I don't know. I'm gonna give it an 8.5 out of 10. No bad tracks on the record. Everything's really good. Production's awesome. The record cover sucks. I'll give it a minus point for that.
I'm giving it a -1 for that record album cover, man.
It's so bad.
Yeah, Gypsy Ways. Love the guitar riffs. Drums feel like they're a little high in the mix on this, but then again, that could be the feed I'm listening to. A little tinny. Great riffs, great pinch harmonics. The new vocalist has a bit of a Ronnie Romero, Jeff Scott Soto vibe. And sick harmonized solo, very Blackmore on this song.
So much, dude. I put Blackmore on there too a lot.
Love in Vain. Again, Japanese verses, some English sprinkled in on the choruses. Great harmony vocals throughout. Riffs are always good. Solo is oddly a slide solo. A lot of dive bombs. Has a bit of a video game soundtrack to it, but it's pretty killer. Drums are tinny, but that could be the stream I'm using. The next song, which is, what's it called? Fuck. I didn't write that down. Hold on. Bad Habits Die Hard. All right, man. Absolutely opens with Journey, Don't Stop Believing. That. All right, that thing, that thing. Really, man, it's a snarler. Heavy, nasty, dark vocals, all in English on this one. Killer vocals. Really killer track. Reminds me of heavy Joe Lynn Turner era Rainbow, but more metal. The only song exclusively in English. Killer track, that song. Legal Killing, another killer track. Great slippery riffs and killer vocals. Love the shuffle and sort of mid-tempo roll. Great chorus, Legal Killing. Legal Killing, Fire. This is my favorite track on the album. Legal Killing, you're going to hear that one. All right. Crying Heart.
You got to remember, these songs are kind of some heavy topics. When I looked into it, like some of these songs are about abortion and stuff. So
that might be the one right there. Yeah.
Yep.
Crying Heart, kind of big production thing. Radio hit, maybe, ? Strings and synths, but yet it's still not a weak-ass ballad and has a smoking killer solo in it. Again, that freight train rhythm keeps it humming along. Solid track. Silent Child, not bad, but not a fave. To be honest, kind of chuggy, riffy. Midnight Sun, The verses are kind of very much 1973. Rock on, hey kid, da da da. And then the chorus is straight up TNT 7 Cs. Great track, smoking solo that sounds like Ronnie LaTecro. Shout It Out, Fist Pumper, a bit predictable vocally and lyrically, but it's got that Shout It Out by Fifth Angel on the verse vibe to it. Weird, Shout it out, shout, da 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 da. Shout it out, shout. And then Night Stalker, really fucking heavy. Another banger of a track. I'm going an 8 out of 10 on this one, man. Great album. Great album. All right, where are we at now? We're at
Haunting Time.
Wait, what? Oh, Hunting Time. Yeah. Yep. Got 3 more to go. Again, a weird cover. Do you have this one? No.
I wish. I already ordered it.
Right. You just said that. Sorry, my bad. This one I can get on CD. I like this one quite a bit, so this is probably going to be one I'm going to be snagging.
Got it.
So we got the
stupid ass cover again.
Huh?
Stupid ass cover again.
Yeah, although better than the last one, only markedly. I'll do this one. Let you do the next one, and we'll just flop off back and forth. The Juggler, kind of a weird song title. The Juggler, up-tempo freight train rocker, killer vocals by Yukio. Might be better than Izo now on this one. He just sounds more like he's in the pocket on this album. Weird title, but smoking tracks, snarling, nasty guitar solo. Hunting Time, pretty good ripper. This vocalist is better than Izo now the more I listen to him. He has insane power and control, has a better dynamic range. The chorus is huge and has a metallic rainbow vibe to it. Really killer track. There are hints of keys and synths, and this is their longest track. The chorus is so Rainbow Bonnet era, and Yukio reminds me a bit of Bonnet now on this one.
Yep.
Evil Touch, raging speed demon of a track, kicks ass, super melodic, but mega riffy and speedy, and huge Rainbow Bonnet era stuff. Hiro Fukada, just a savage. Dude's just a monster fucking player. Possibly my favorite on the album, this one, Evil Touch.
So good, dude.
I think I was trying to decide between this or Killing Time. What did you think?
You know what it has? It's got it sounds a lot like Bark at the Moon.
Yes. Yes, that's probably why I like it so much. It's great. Tears for the Lovers. Tears for the Lovers. It doesn't go like that. Big melodic ballad, but speedy and full of massive guitar riffs. You know what this pre-chorus reminds me of?
What?
On a street of dreams, no
Yeah.
memories. It's right there. It's right out of it. But it's heavier.
Yep.
Yukio is stellar on it. Of course, reminds me of another hit song I couldn't quite place. And usually I'm good at that, but I couldn't come up with it. Sleepless Nights. Chuggy. The rhythm does get a bit samey from song to song, album to album, but the riffs are killer, and Yukio is a fucking beast. Fukada is stellar. Jailbreak pre-chorus shows off Yukio's vocal power, but not my favorite track on here. Let Your Heart Beat, pretty solid 80s hair vibes, great vocals, very catchy chorus. You know the drill. And then the English to Japanese title translation, Bottle Bottom. Which I guess they're trying to say the bottom of the bottle because you're drinking yourself.
Yeah.
But yet it reminds me of like a chick with a big ass, bottle bottom or something. I don't know. Really weird. Great song though. Great solid closer.
I thought that was Domestic Booty.
That's later. But you might be right. Domestic Booty might be big ass. You might be right. I would have closed it with maybe Evil Touch. But I really like this album a lot, man. I'm going an 8.75 out of it. Of
So good, dude.
this. Upper tier. Again, I have to say though, they do get a bit samey. But to be honest with you, I was jamming a lot of this shit in because of all my, medical bullshit and the car being hit and dealing with driving back and forth to Philly 4 times in a week and just a lot of shit. So I kind of ran out of time to do a degree. I listened to all these at least twice, but the problem was that they were on top of each other. And by the 7th album, you're kind of like, okay, I kind of know what to expect. You know what I mean? All right, you're up for.
Yeah. But for me on this record, I listened to it like 6 times in a row.
Wow!
Like this one hit me, dude.
You dug it a lot.
Yeah, I was like total fucking this like perfected Gypsy Eyes to me. Picks up where the last one kind of left off, but like way more catchy and it just refined the sound of where they were trying to get to. The Juggler, straight up banger, dude. Such a great song. Haunting Time, Blackmore guitar on this. Killer track, man. I love this song so much. Evil Touch, badass. Solos up the ass on this. Like I said, has that Bark at the Moon riff.
Yeah.
Tears for the Lovers, straight banger. Has a kind of a Armored Saint, Delirious Nomad vibe on this one.
Yeah, it does. Good call.
Like Sleepless Nights, fast and melodic banger. Jailbreak, fucking Rainbow right here, dude. Straight banger. Let Your Heart Beat. I like the overlay on the guitar is really heavy. Bottle Bottom, ripping Speed Fest. Are You Ready? Kind of reminds me of a sped up and beefed up Red Hot by Motley Crue. But killer song, dude. Has that dun, 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 dun. Yeah, just a killer.
Red Hot, yeah.
Killer record, man. As soon as I was like, I just like bought this. I was like, dude, I gotta get this record. It's so good. The production's really good. The vocals are insane. The guitars are immense on this record.
They're insane.
I feel like this is where Anthem came into their own. Like they did all the like early stuff where they're Accept and Dawkins and stuff, and then they got into the Blackmore kind of Yngwie stuff with this and the Graham Bonnet and the Joe Lynn Turner vocals, and they kind of hit their prime for me anyways. This is where I like them a lot. Not a bad song. I'll just give it a 9 out of 10 because obviously it's not original. But Yeah, there's not a. This album's just super enjoyable. Just straight up heavy metal up the ass, like the whole record. And it doesn't sound like, I get it. You can have comparisons to other bands, but overall the songs are original to their own. So I like this record a lot. 9 out of 10 for me. Probably my favorite Anthem record, if I have to go out on a limb.
Really? Okay, interesting. Cool.
But I like some stuff after this too.
Oh, I do. We're going to get to that very shortly here with regards to that for sure.
Yeah, I figured.
Hang on one sec. Yeah, so I just need to check one thing. Oh man, here we go again. This fucking jerk off came back. So give me 1 minute. I have to remove user, hide user on this channel. There we go.
What happened?
It's that asshole pumping vinyl dude that I didn't check my feed live, and he loves to come in and just say stupid fucking shit, and you know.
Let him say stupid shit.
I don't even know who it is. He claims it's not him and it's somebody impersonating him, but he's such a dork. I'm sure it's him. So it doesn't look like he's stuck around. It looks like he split. So, all right. Yeah, it's a great album. Certainly one of the albums I would say maybe if you're going to start someplace, this might be a good one to start with. Although really, I don't know that there's really, of all these albums that we have listened to, I can't say any of them fell below like a high 7 or mid 8 for me.
Right.
But my only problem was, do I need all 18 of their albums, or how they got a lot of albums?
No.
Do I feel like I need them all? Probably not, because I kind of know what I'm getting. If I have 5 or 6 or 7 of them, that would probably be my.
No, I probably think you probably need like 4 or 5 of these records in your. If you even need them, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
we need them. We like to have.
What did I give this? 8.75, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and I gave it a 9, so
You gave it a 9. Okay. All right, so we're down to the last 2, and then we'll play some tracks. The next one here is No Smoke Without Fire. Another really bad album cover, though. I mean, let me put it to you this way. It's not that it's bad or good. It's just uninteresting. And the problem with that is that you really need to try to sell your product by putting an interesting cover on it. You know, a lot of albums I bought in my lifetime, I bought because I looked at the album artwork and was like, I don't know what this sounds like, but that artwork screams, I got to listen to this.
Right.
And about 90% of the time, it always worked out great. You know what I mean? Whether it was Marillion covers or, Crimson Glory covers or whatever. Usually when an album has solid artwork, I want to get into it. And generally, I usually enjoy it. All these album covers, for the most part, with the exception of maybe the first 2, which aren't exactly mind-blowing, but they're at least solid. None of this artwork really screams buy me, it just doesn't. That's kind of the weird thing.
You don't even really see the band name. It's like way at the bottom.
Yeah. That said, another solid album with some really killer tracks on it. So you want to go first on this one?
Yeah. So this one I didn't write down all the tracks. I'm not going to go track by track, but it's a super solid record. Banger of a record. Tracks I dig: Shadow Walk, Hungry Soul. Heavy. It's a kind of a heavier record, honestly, if I'm going to say so. Sounds a little bit more progressive than the last record.
I agree.
But I mean, it's a killer record. like I said, I'm not going to go track by track because it's 90 and we're trying to do like 80s records mostly. So I kind of dipped my toe in this and the next one, but I can say I was like pleasantly surprised when I listened to this record. Um, I'm going to give it an 8 out of 10. I think it's a really good record. It's a little bit more commercial,
Contemporary
not
sounding.
commercial, but
Yeah.
more streamlined sound,
A little more contemporary sounding.
yeah, more contemporary sound, but it still sounds really good. There wasn't a track on here I didn't like, so
Now
I'm gonna
the thing we got to note here, though, I believe. Let me make sure. I believe. Now this is Fukada's last album.
yeah,
This is his last album. Yeah, and Yukio Murakawa is now very well ensconced. He's got two albums behind him. He
Yeah.
sounds great. He sounds awesome.
amazing.
And yeah, I really like this album. In particular, Shadow Walk, while I say it's getting samey, meaning that I can't tell a lot of these songs apart from the first 4 or 5 albums. It's not that they're generic, but it's just that listening to all these albums back to back to back to back,
Yeah,
I started to lose any real identifier moments, which I didn't have that problem with Lizzy because there was only 4 albums. You see what I mean? 7 albums and 2 EPs in, you're like, whoa, fuck. It's a little too much to bite off, but at least we did it, you know. Hungry Soul, catchy chorus, great riffs. But again,
Yep.
it's not really like I could tell this one apart from some of the earlier stuff. I do like Blinded Pain a lot. It's their longest song to that point. It's kind of more mid-tempo or slower tempo, a lot more dark and groovy. There's a really cool chorus.
Yeah.
But again, that weird mix of English and Japanese does put me off a little. Not in a way like, oh, I can't get into it, but I struggle a little bit. It's a little jarring throughout. You know what I mean? At times.
This definitely seems like it was recorded in 1990. You can hear the difference.
Yeah.
Like there's a different transition, not a bad transition. It's just
Right.
maybe it's just the production. I don't know.
It could be. Let me see here something.
It's maybe a little bit more beefy sounding.
Yeah, I agree. It's got a little bit more heft.
Yep.
A little more heft. Do You Understand? Kind of has a Motley Crue meets Judas Priest vibe. Not bad. Again, not a standout. Love on the Edge, pretty kick-ass track, which this one has a lot more melody and a really great chorus. Real good chuggy riffs on this. Voice of the Thunderstorm, very Deep Purple Highway Star of Rainbow on that one. Power and Blood. This one here, very Def Leppard-y, big hair metal sound on this one. Very stands out a lot. Stacked vocals and synths. I gotta say, that's the first track by them. I was kind of like mega thumbs down. Did not like that song at all. Forever Eyes, up-tempo ripper, killer solo in the EVH vibe, almost note for note. Eddie Van Halen. The Night We Stand. Is that what that says? Yeah. Hold on. The Night We Stand. Bit of a different sound and vibe. Way darker, way groovier.
Mm-hmm.
Really good bits of hair melodicism in the chorus, but kind of radio-ish at the same time. Definitely a radio vibe, heavy rock song. Solid album, great production, performance. But this one had some limper hair rock radio vibes to it. And to be honest, I was kind of worn out by now. So I'm only giving this a 7.5 on this one. I like it. I just don't love it. There is a track at the end called ADD, though, which is a Fukada tapping wank fest that is killer. Really killer. I don't know if you caught that one, but it was on like a bonus when they reissued the CD.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, killer. And then finally, we get to the final album, Domestic Booty.
Yeah.
Let's be honest here. We all like a little bit of domestic booty. We all do, okay? there's no way I wasn't going to love this album because of that title. And crazily, this is probably my favorite album they did. No lie.
And we're not supposed to even talk about this. It was way past the 90s. We're in
Right,
92.
right. Well, I've kind of cheated a little bit with that 80s thing because I've cheated into the early 90s.
This album rips. This album rips, dude.
I love this album. This one's my favorite one by far.
And I knew you were going to like this because it gets way more progressive on this record.
It's more progressive.
Yep.
It's got some judicious use of keys. And the keyboard player is, do you know who the keyboard player is?
Who? Jens Johansson?
Don Airey of Ozzy. And get this. I'm going to go first on this one.
Okay.
We got Venom Strike. Pretty savage and heavy riffer. Really killer solo by newcomer Akio Shimizu.
The only thing I don't like about this record is the production. Like I don't know what's going on. The bass drums are like, I don't know what it is, but it sounds very like tinny, like.
Yeah, I was kind of used to that in the other album, so I was kind of like, maybe it's just the download I have.
I think
Renegade. The first track, Venom Strike, ripping tune, all over, killer. The Renegade track, solid track. I don't love Morikawa on this one for some reason. He's a little over the top on the Renegade part where he's Renegade, the enunciation. He's a little harsh on that, but it's a good song. And then my favorite song on the album, probably, my first or second favorite, Golden Diamonds. That song fucking rules, dude. Yeah. Very Lynch Dawkins sounding with some synths in the background. Very Deep Purple rainbowish. I really love the Arabic scales he uses.
Yeah.
He's doing the Phrygian, Locrian modes, harmonic minor, sick ass screams on this one, smoking solos. Might very well be my favorite Anthem track of all the songs we listened to. We're gonna hear that one, Mr. Genius.
So I said, Venom Strike, cool banger, double bass, but the production sounds odd to me. Golden Diamonds, straight up progressive. Total banger, man. I like that song a lot too.
So good. Mr. Genius. What song does that sound like?
I don't know. I didn't get that far.
Mr. Scary. It's there. Yukio might shine best on this album overall as a vocalist. I think he's fucking amazing on this album.
Yeah.
He's just got a killer set of pipes. Really aggressive and snarling a lot of these songs. No massive drop off from Fukada to Akio, guitar wise. Akio's as good. He might not be quite as flashy, but he's as good. Heavy Duty has a big Priest, another thing coming. Blood Sky is an instrumental that's guess you gotta listen to this. In fact, maybe we'll listen to it. In fact, I'm not gonna tell you what song it is. You tell me what song it is. We're gonna listen to that. Cry in the Night, kind of radio-friendly heavy metal. Again, not mind-blowing on this at all, but Don Airey is on there on the synths. The Dice of No Mercy, stupid title, but killer track, man. Killer track. Dio vibes, rainbow vibes. Devil Inside, I could not find that song. Or if I did, I didn't make notes on it. Willisden High Road is a really cool acoustic clean thing. It's got major Alex Lifeson vibes to it. And Brian May lead guitar over it. And then the final song, Silent Cross. Just by that title alone, what do you think I might say?
I don't know. It sounds Sabbathy.
Exactly. Very Sabbathy, very Tony Martin, Headless Cross. Killer closing song. Super killer. Very proggy, too. I'm going to give this album a 9.25. It's probably my favorite.
Dude.
Probably my favorite of all the albums.
Okay.
What you got?
Yeah, like I said, I didn't listen to the whole thing because it was 92. But I liked it. What I heard, I listened to the first 4 songs, and I'm like, yeah, this is a cool record. But Yeah, killer progressive heavy metal. Like you said, everything you said about it, I heard. Um, Definitely got to like listen to that one. But there was so much Anthem.
Yeah, it was
A lot.
like, to be honest with you, like once we dug into this, it was 11 albums and 3 EPs, which, we've done that many before. The problem is we generally do it over 6 bands or 5 bands.
Right?
And, so that's why I was thinking, like, the next thing we'll do is we'll do Y&T and we'll just focus on them. And
Yeah.
we won't focus on anybody else. It'll be our deep dive into Y&T. Although there's somebody else I know that's a big Y&T fan that I might ask to join. I might see if Craig Beerhorst wants to join it. That'd be kind
All
of
right.
fun. I don't know whether he'd be down for it or not. I have to see. And I don't know how many albums they have. Do you know?
I have no idea. I want to say like 10, maybe.
Yeah, let me look. Let's see. Y and T. There we go. So we got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Okay, 12. That's not too bad. That's about right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's what we'll do next time. If you feel like we want to continue doing it, I think that would be a good one to do. And I'll put my thinking cap on about who I was thinking of that I know has brought up Y&T to me in the past, and I think it might have been my friend Craig. I gotta check with him on that. I know my friend John is a big Y&T fan because he's a San Francisco native guy like you, but I haven't talked to him in quite a long time. I don't know if he'd be down. I know he wouldn't be down for a 4-hour thing like that or a 3-hour thing. So, all right, we're gonna listen to some tunes. Sound like a plan?
Yeah.
And I think the first one I'm gonna pull up. All right, we'll do Lizzy first. I need to cut off echo cancellation so we can't talk. Hopefully you can hear this. I don't know what to tell you if you can't. The last time I did this, though, the audio came through quite good. And anybody that's still watching, we have 17 watchers out there. I think half of them are over on your channel and 6 or 7 are on mine. A little over half are on your channel. Please let me know how the audio sounds, okay? We do need to mute, though, while we play the songs. So, you muted now? Okay. Give me a minute here. This is Lizzy Borden, counsel for the Cauldron.
Suave.
All right, this is Lizzy Borden, Bloody Mary. I forgot to share it, didn't I? Shit, I didn't share it. We got to start over. Sorry, my bad. I screwed up. Bloody Mary coming up now. Sorry. I'm an idiot.
The walls are thin, the voices echo through her silent room. A door slams shut, the shouting falls soon. The sky beneath familiar screams. After hurricanes, lipstick trays a place where lives are low. While mama can't pretend she doesn't know. Hearing all our retreat lies, begging
one more Lizzy track off Master of Disguise. Gonna do Psychodrama. Dennis, look in the private chat. All right. That was the Lizzy Borden portion of the playthrough. And I'm just going to, we're going to do some Anthem tracks. We decided to expand and add a few more. So we'll probably do, we're at 3:29 here, probably 15, 20 minutes of Anthem tracks. Maybe a full half hour to run this to 4 hours. Maybe we'll see. But I want to wait till Dennis gets back because I want him to hear this song. And this is off the Domestic Booty album, and the song is called Blood Sky Crying. And I wanted to see if he picks up exactly what I picked up almost immediately when I heard this song. I was like, wait, are you freaking killing me, man? Because I just knew, like, I'm like, wait, this can't, I must be mishearing this, but I knew what I was hearing was what I thought it was. So let me see where did Dennis go? Shit. All right, well, tell you what, I'll wait till he comes back to play that song because I wanted to hear it. In the meantime, anybody was just tuning in, let me know what you thought of all those songs. And I guess what we'll do is we'll play the song Golden Diamonds off of Domestic Booty. Again, with one of the worst albums. Oh, there, you're back. Okay. You can go ahead and put your mic on for a minute here. Can you hear me? Dennis, can you hear me? Play the song
Hold on.
Golden Diamond.
All right.
I see what you're trying to do. All right. Okay, so I'm going to play this intro piece, this Blood Sky Crying from Domestic Booty. And I want you to tell me what it is. But I'm going to play this, and then I'm going to jump over to Golden Diamonds first. We'll play that track, and then I'll pop on with you quick and see if you picked up on exactly what I picked up on the... Well, you know what? No. Let's do this. Mute yourself for a minute because it's only 40 seconds. I'm going to mute myself.
Right.
I'm going to play Blood Sky Crying, and then I'm going to come right back on and see if you picked up on what I did, okay?
All right, but you got to give me a minute because I got to get back on my phone to
All right,
get
go ahead.
on.
Go ahead.
It takes
I
a
don't know
minute.
why that does that for you, man.
It's something on like the restream. Like every
yeah.
time I can't, even if I'm like not even on a stream and I'm trying to listen to music, it cuts out everything. I
That's
can't
so
listen
weird.
to anything. Yeah,
That's so
I think
weird.
it's something on my side. I don't know how to fix it.
And it could be on my side. What do you use as your browser? Are you using Chrome?
No, Firefox.
That's why. That's exactly what it is. You got to
really?
use Chrome. Yeah, download
Oh.
Chrome for the next episode. That's what it is.
Okay.
Restream does not play nice with other browsers, only Chrome.
Okay.
I don't know why, but that's exactly what it is. I didn't realize that. I thought you were probably using Chrome. So,
No.
you ready to hear this? Mute yourself a minute,
All right.
and then we'll come right back on. All right. Let me have it.
Mr. Crowley?
Fucking right it is. I listened to that and I'm like, dude, Don Airy, you ripped yourself off. That's exactly what it was. The minute I heard it, I'm like, it's fucking the intro to Mr. Crowley with a few slightly
is.
different notes, you know?
That's like exactly the same. They just changed like 2 fucking keys.
Exactly. It's fucking. No, it's Mr. Crowley, Tim. Mr. Crowley. Unbelievable. And Crowley came out in 81. This came out in 89 or what, 90.
Yeah.
No, 92, 10 years later. Maybe
Fuck
Don
it.
Eric was like, nobody's going to notice. It's just this Japanese band. Nobody's going to know. You know? But I thought that was fucking hilarious. All right.
That's sick.
Send me, if you would, one more time in the private chat the songs you want me to play so I can start pulling them up. I'm going to go with Golden Diamonds because it's a long one. It'll give me some time to pull those other songs. I know you gave me Hunting Time, but what else?
All right.
All right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Go back to... Fuck, that song rips. Dennis, did I do Lay Down? Did I do Lay Down or not? I can't recall. I got too many things lined up.
That's weird.
What's the matter? No?
I can't hear anything.
Uh-oh, I lost him. All right. I'm going to do Red Light Fever. And we'll go on from there. You there? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Look in the chat, private chat. Hang on one sec, guys. We're having some issues here. We're doing Red Light Fever. All right. So we're going to do... Nah, he can't hear me, apparently. Can you hear me, Tim? I don't know what happened there. Weird. I'm going to do Red Light Fever. Probably getting a little echo. And then I'm going to do Lay Down. We'll end on that. We're going to do... Nah, he can't hear me, apparently. Can you hear me, Tim?
That's weird.
Go all the way out, come back in. Go all the way out.
That's weird.
Yeah. I don't know what happened there. All right. I'm going to play. He's going to dip out for a few minutes. I'm going to play 2 more Anthem tracks, then we're going to end it at 4 hours. So this is going to be not demonetized anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Hopefully I'm not echoing too bad. Here we go. We got Red Light Fever and Lay Down. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right.
I had to go all the way out.
Yeah, don't go to your device. I'm going to play Red Light Fever and Lay Down. Just mute, and then we'll come back and we'll wrap up.
All right.
I can't.
Hey, bird, over and fire.
Man, we ended that on a fucking banger. Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck, that was crushing. Lay it down. It's like fuck. You just want to bang your head and fucking slam your fist in the air at that one, right?
Oh yeah.
We gave you a good cross section. I don't think we hit every album, but we hit most of the albums, at least one track, some two. Again, we gave you some of our favorite tracks, but with the exception of maybe one or two songs out of 7 albums, I really can't say any of the songs were shit. I mean, there was one or two that I was kind of like, okay, that's a little too safe or too AOR sounding or whatever, which isn't this band. I mean, they just don't have that in them. Lizzy, you can kind of get away with that because he's a lot more theatrical. This is just straight up fucking fist pumping, guitar riff centric, heavy bangers with both vocalists. Great. I really thought when I first heard ISO, I'm like, man, and the first album that what's his name? Fuck. Ishio or Shimizu. When he came on, I was like, I don't know. I don't know if I like him as much as the first guy. But as I got into him better, he might be the better vocalist overall. But the first guy's fucking great. And what's crazy about it is both Fukada and Izo, the original vocalist, well, he wasn't the original. It was actually one guy preceded him, but he wasn't on any albums. Izo, they have come back and played at like anniversary shows, like all of them. And I tell you, man, I mean, they really wanted to do something special. They could have both those vocalists split time and do, harmonies and all that kind of stuff. But man, just fucking banger of a band. That was a great pick.
Oh yeah.
And now I got to spend some money on, some albums, of course, which, for me is kind of stupid considering what I'm faced with my health issues here. I appreciate those of you that popped in here that didn't take the bait from Pumping Vinyl, dude. He's really a miserable cunt of a human being. And I don't know what his deal is. He comes in here saying, "Did you learn your lesson?" I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. It's like, I guess once again, I'm on disability because of an incurable neurological disease. I go to Philly, I get my car destroyed, and I guess I was supposed to learn a lesson from that. I don't know. But he did say I look very healthy tonight.
That's good.
That's why I'm in the dark, so you can't really see how fucking terrible I do look. But yeah, people like that, I just don't get them, man. And what really bothers me is I'm 60 years old this year.
Dang.
Coming up, I'll be 60 in March. And I started my first job when I was 13 years old. I lived in Texas. You could work with a parent's permit. Parent could sign something for you back then. There wasn't child labor laws, or there were. They weren't very good ones. And I started working as a salad bar busboy at a steak and ale restaurant in Houston, Texas, when I was 13. So guess what? Pumping Vinyl. I've been paying into that system because I've always been employed. From 1977 until 2019. You do the math. I think it's 46 years. I paid into that system for something like this maybe to happen. It's not exactly what I want to happen. It's not what I want to be doing. I'd rather be making good money and working a job, but I can't do it. Physically, I can't do it. And it's getting harder and harder and harder. So when this guy comes in here and shits all over me like I'm some kind of freeloading bum, like what supply are you high on, bro? What the fuck is wrong with you? Again, I paid into that system for a long time. Sadly, I've had to take some out now, early. A couple years early, but not a whole lot early. A year and a half. I take that back. I could have taken retirement at 62, so it was about 3.5 years early because of disability. I'll trade anybody out there. If you want to give me a healthy body and get rid of all these neurological problems and all the pain I'm in chronically now and the fucking space cadet shit I deal with all the time and rotting mouth from teeth from Sjogren's syndrome and burning, searing pain in my feet and legs and hands. William, you want to trade, buddy, with your healthy young 30-some-year-old body. You just come right on down, bitch. We'll do that deal in a New York second, and I'll get off of the dole. I'll get off the government paying to keep me alive. But you go back to your Trump bullshit and keep smoking that garbage. And from the pedo guy, the pedo guy, Dennis. You know who the pedo guy is? You ever hear the pedo guy?
I think so.
You know who the pedo guy might be? Are you
Yeah.
in favor? Are you in favor of pedo guys? Are you a big pedo guy?
No.
Nah, yeah, neither am I. Anybody that's a pedo probably ought to be fucking shot, but at least should be in jail. So that might be the guy that we have in the White House right now. I think that's who that guy is. But yeah, man, great killer breakdown today. Yeah, thank you, Tim. Lizzy,
Yeah, Tim.
I'm trying, man. I love hanging out with Dennis. I don't know if he loves hanging out with me, but I'm going to speak for him.
I hate this shit.
I'm gonna speak
I
for
only do it for the money.
Yeah, right. You mean the demonetized episode we just did there, right? Yeah. I mean, I'm going to speak for Dennis here and say he loves hanging out with me, and we enjoy doing these. It's a little harder to get him lined up for an every month thing at this point because he's got a life and I don't have a life, but I'm sick a lot, and then schedules got in the way. He actually did give me an option last month, like June, I think it was, to do this, but something came up with the Swallow the Sun thing, and so I shoved Dennis off this time. But we will try hard not to make it go month after month after month. And Dennis is going to invite me on to do a Metal Massacre.
Oh yeah, Metal Massacre.
Let's start working on that. Brainstorm.
All right.
And in the interim, the next time you see us, I think we've decided we're going to do an all Y&T yesterday and today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah? 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 I got one slight problem, but you probably got me covered. But let me look at something. Hold on. I have this. Is all I have of Y&T, but it's pretty good because it's 81 through 85, so it's got
Oh yeah.
all the really killer stuff's on here.
Yep.
You got, Earthshaker, you got Black Tiger, you got fucking, what's the third one there? I forget the name of it.
Mean Streak.
Mean Streak. You got
In Rock We Trust.
In Rock We Trust, Down for the Count, Open Fire, and then a live thing in here. So I wouldn't, and you probably have most of these, and the ones that we don't. What we say there was 12 or 10.
Yeah, I got all the way up to Contagious on vinyl.
Right. So we got enough. We're covered. Now that I know that we're going to do that right up front, I don't have to ask you, hey, by the way, what did we say we were going to do? what was the text I sent you with all the breakdowns that I don't have anymore, like an idiot? But yeah, now that I know it's all Y&T, I can just start, chuck that in the car or, pull up an album here or there, and we can maybe hopefully reconvene in 6 weeks, 8 weeks at the most, something like that.
Sounds good.
Yeah, man. Everybody that popped in, Tim, thanks for being here, dude. Appreciate it. We had who else do we have in here? A bunch of your guys, right?
Yeah.
Trying to see. I tried to type something in here and I got some window that popped up that kind of fucked me up. And when I got rid of the window, it got rid of the chat, like the previous chat stuff. But we had Logan in here, I believe, earlier. Tyler, I believe, was in here briefly. And of course, Pumping Vinyl was here. Wouldn't be a Jeff Kiefer gas mask and hand grenades live stream without that douchebag pissing all over the, territorial pissing all over the fucking chat. But William, I wish you some psychiatric help. That's what I wish you. So get some help. Get on your meds. Don't quit taking your meds. You're a psychopath. You're truly fucked up. But I love you, but not in the way that you would like me to love you. So, Dennis, hang on one sec.
All right.
Where to go? Thanks, everybody. Oh, quick updates, real fast. Do you have anything coming up, dude?
No.
Okay. Saturday, 9 o'clock here. Deftones. Doing a deep dive on the Deftones with Nick from Thralls and with Jerry Watunsky, my buddy from Ancient Death and from Atheist. Jerry's super stoked to do this because Deftones are his favorite band, kind of one of his gateway bands for a young guy. And then on Sunday, Logan and I, Beer Metal Snob, will be doing the second episode of 3 of an Imperfect Pair. We're going to be talking Screaming Trees, Sweet Oblivion, Temple of the Dog, and the Mad Season album. We're going to be comparing and contrasting those 3 albums. So tune in for that. That's at 8 o'clock p.m. on Sunday night. And then looking ahead a little bit to next Saturday, not this Saturday, but next Saturday, Eric Berg, Psychic Vacuum, a.k.a. Peter Tackren and Cronus Jr. Love Child. We're going to be doing the Gentle Giant category. We're going to get our prog on Saturday night, all the albums. Could be a long one. And then on next Sunday, the 17th or 18th, I forget which day it is, 17th. No, 18th. I got Chuck. Mincecore Chuck is finally coming back to the prodigal son is coming home. Chuck is coming on. My friend Lewis, who nobody has met before, he's an old friend of mine going way back to the early 2000s from the Porcupine Tree listserv thing. Louis is going to be coming on, and Melinda's going to be coming on, and we're going to be doing finally episode 2, only 2+ years on, of Electric Meditations, where we're going to be talking about electronic, ambient, dark ambient, noise, experimental, that kind of stuff. No metal. So that weekend's not going to be a metal weekend. But this weekend we got Deftones, and we got some, grunge for you, some Seattle grunge. So I think that's it. Dennis, anything you want to finish on?
No, man. Thanks for hanging out, guys. As always, super fun. Love hanging out with Jeff and just talking music, man. I mean, this is number 11. I mean, it's crazy.
It seems like it should be number 20, but it doesn't.
It doesn't. It just never lines up somehow. Plus, we have to listen to like a million records
That's the
and
other
then try to remember.
We never make it easy on ourselves. We always take a pretty excessive amount of albums to take in. But I like it that way because it really makes me focus in on these albums. Like, for example, Y&T. I haven't put a Y&T album in a year, probably. Maybe a little less, because I think I got that about 9 months ago. And I was like, oh, fuck, I haven't listened to Black Tiger in forever, man. And I remember very distinctly, and we'll get into that when we do that episode, where I was when I heard that album, the shit that I was doing, the dangerously illegal stuff I was probably doing, driving under the influence, not stuff I would recommend for you kids out there, but great fucking trips to the beach, partying with my buddies, working on the truck dock in between college semesters, cranking, Forever and fucking Black Tiger, Hell or High Water, come hell, high water, all that stuff. And, these are important things to me. And I love going back and revisiting and making myself dig in and not just listen once when I'm driving somewhere, but going back and going, all right, I need to listen to this, take some notes, and then I need to go back and listen to it again to see if anything else jumps out at me that I missed on the initial take. And if I'm lucky, I'll get 3 or 4 listens in, which I did that for the last deep dive I did with Swallow the Sun. Hadn't listened to them in quite a while. And I ended up listening to most of those albums 6 or 7 times, you know. So, and that's what's worth it. I probably won't listen to them again for another 2 years. But
Right.
you know, that's why I want to do this stuff. So, great times. Dennis, hang on. Appreciate everybody being here. And good night, Tim. And thanks, man. I'm going to try, dude. It ain't looking good. But I've been saying that for a while. We'll talk more about that at some point in the future. But thanks, everybody, for being here.